right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is February 18th, 2026, and we got an interesting day ahead of us. It seemed like there was going to be grumblings and worry about the market. Yesterday, we didn't hear much. You got a big VIX expiration, and some people are getting a little bit bearish about it, but then to start off here, you also have some people talking about a AI bottom, and they're feeling a little bit better. Futures are up. You're not getting any fear out of the bonds just yet, and it's setting up for a day of a little bit of data. You already got the durable goods orders that came in surprisingly better, not on the month over month, but overall people are getting excited about that. And then you are going to get the Fed minutes, so it puts us in an interesting spot. We got to see whether or not we get out of this range. I don't know if you realized we're still in the last 3 trading days right near that exit or that low that we have been at for the last couple of weeks here with all of the tech sell-off. So not too much there. There's a couple of things overseas we're going to hear about. I got all the news and everything else for you. So Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready for a great 7 hours. I have a hello. We got an interesting day. I have a strong feeling it's going to be a good day. You know that? I feel like a good day. I started it on the other one. I forgot that I scheduled them at the same time, so I didn't want y'all to wait too long. You know what I'm saying? So everybody here today, Gen Pop locked in. We all ready to go, baby. What up, Tyree? What up? Where's my stimulus? What up, AP? Good morning, CM. You're right, Battleborn, AP, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mayhem, Farmer Jove, Christopher, Chad, Cleveland, Mijo, the Strong Tar. What up, baby? What up, all good day start? EB ready to go. Randall, Legal, Diverian, iPod, Goner, Zakro, Michigan, K-Scroll. What up, Ronald? Good morning, PNC. What up, Candace? What up, Mr. Fahari? Tim Whitman, how you doing? What up, Bio? You feeling good for your head top, huh? Tim size mattress, Mr. Mosby. Nuts and Colts, baby. Why, baby? Well, good morning, Ray. What up, Ivan? What up, Johnny B. Caught? Oh, my goodness. Y'all ready to go? Y'all ready to go? So God bless America, baby. It's going to be a beautiful day. It's already Wednesday, dude. I don't know how you feel about that. It's already Wednesday. Middle of the week, dog. Middle of the week, so let's have a good day. You got a headline: Trump admin rescinding energy department rules that incentivized EV production to meet fuel requirements. So that's a new one. And then you heard a little bit about Japan yesterday. Again, that, and then that you're going to get another meeting in March, but we'll talk about that. Here is Josh AI with the news, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Corporate Meta to deploy millions of NVIDIA processors as part of new collaboration deal, CNBC. Palo Alto Networks shares drop despite revenue beat and AI cybersecurity acquisition, Bloomberg. Cadence Design Systems beats Q4 revenue estimates on AI chip design software demand with record $7.8 billion backlog, Reuters. Anthropic could share up to $6.4 billion with Amazon, Google, and Microsoft in 2027, TI. NVIDIA sells off remaining stake in ARM Holdings ending failed acquisition saga, Bloomberg. Western Digital raises $3 billion plus via sale of SanDisk shares, Bloomberg. Berkshire Hathaway reduces stakes in Amazon, Chevron, and Chubb, builds position in New York Times, Bloomberg. Robinhood Ventures Fund I set to go public on NYSE, offering investors access to private companies, Link. Volkswagen attracts bids from Blackstone, EQT, and CVC for Everland's division valued at 5 to 6 billion euros FT. JP Morgan plans over 160 new U.S. branches in 2026, betting on in-person banking for deposit growth, FT. Bayer proposes $7.25 billion settlement for Roundup weed killer claims, FT. BlueScope Steel weighs upgraded takeover offer from Steel Dynamics SGH, Reuters. Nestle faces tainted infant milk scandal pressuring new CEO's turnaround plan amid 38% share drop, Bloomberg. Oventive to sell Anadarko oil and gas assets in Oklahoma for $3 billion, Reuters. Central Bank's January FOMC minutes to highlight pause on rate cuts amid stable growth and persistent inflation, Link. ECB President Lagarde planning early departure to influence successor selection, FT Reuters. ECB spokesperson denies report of early Lagarde exit, Politico. RBNZ leaves policy unchanged, Bloomberg. Trade/tariffs. Trump praises $36 billion Japanese investment pledge in U.S. oil, gas, and minerals projects under new trade deal, CNBC. U.S. effort to break reliance on China, rare earths faces long and uncertain road, Nikki. Economy, UK inflation down from 3.4% to 3% in January, lowest since March 2025, Reuters. Japan's exports surged 16.8% in January, led by AI chip demand offsetting U.S. car shipment decline, Bloomberg. IMF warns Japan against sales tax cuts as debt borrowing costs expected to double by 2031, Bloomberg. Japan's debt servicing costs projected to consume 30% of budget by fiscal 2029, Nikkei. Japanese manufacturers' confidence rises to plus 13 in February, driven by machinery orders and weaker yen, Reuters. Geopolitics. Vance says Iran failed to acknowledge core U.S. demands in talks on Tuesday, Link. Trump edges toward full-scale war with Iran amid stalled nuclear talks, Axios. U.S. envoy highlights meaningful progress in Ukraine-Russia talks despite low hopes for breakthrough, BBC. Zelensky deems Trump's pressure on Ukraine for peace deal unfair without equal push on Russia, London Times, Washington. Reuters/Ipsos poll shows Trump's approval rating remains at second term low of 38%, Reuters. Energy, IEA chief warns of widening global divisions on energy policy amid U.S. climate rollback and China-Europe electrification push, FT.
FT. There's more, my friends. There is more. S&P futures, they're up by 0.2 on Wednesday morning trading, though off the best pre-market levels comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance to start the holiday shortened week with software, metals, staples, and energy among the notable decliners, while financials, airlines, and biotech outperform. Treasuries weaker with a bit of curve flattening. Yields are up by 1 to 2 basis points. Dollars up by 0.1. Gold is up by 1.6. Silver up 4.4. Bitcoin down by 0.6, and WTI is up 2.4 amid concerns about potential U.S.-Iran hostilities. Nothing really standing out when it comes to the firmer tone in AI futures. You had NVIDIA and Meta stand out well in the collaboration agreement. Earnings a mixed bag with Palo Alto a high-profile decliner, though still plenty of upbeat commentary from street takeaways. However, ADI, bright spot, MCO, which has been caught up in the AI disruption trade, also better. Flurry of 13Fs getting a lot of traction in the press. As usual, a bit more noise this morning given the timing. FOMC minutes this afternoon. Walmart earnings on Thursday. Potential SCOTUS ruling on tariffs on Friday among the near-term areas of focus. Volatility below the surface has been a big story as of late for U.S. equities. AI distribution trades the big driver, with software still ground zero. Broader market stability chalked up to double-digit earnings growth on a solid macro backdrop. Headline December durable goods down by 1.4 month over month, a bit better than consensus and below the upwardly revised 5.4. The X transports 0.9 against forecast of 0.5. Core capital goods rose by 0.6 versus 0.3. And November housing starts printed at 1.32 versus October's 1.27. December housing starts were at 1.44, topping estimates of 1.32. January industrial production coming in later today. Treasury selling $16 billion of 20-year bonds. In addition, Fed Bowman speaks at 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock, and January FOMC minutes come out at 2. Thursday brings initial claims for the week ending February 14th. December trade data, February Philly Fed manufacturing, and January pending home sales. Fed Bowman and Goolsbee also scheduled to speak. Q4 GDP, December personal income, spending, and PCE and flash PMIs and consumer sentiment all out on Friday. In addition, Fed Logan, Bostic to speak, and SCOTUS could release IEEPA tariff ruling. NVIDIA and Meta announced multi-year collaboration. SanDisk lower on $3 billion secondary offering by WDC. ADI beat in record data center orders. Palo Alto pressured with takeaways focused on lack of NGS ARR upside. Only reiterated full-year guide. CDNS a big gainer with guidance team better than feared. MCO beat with street positive on solid performance following disappointing SPGI results. RSG revenue light on weakness, environmental services, and lower volumes. Garmin beat as fitness wearables gained share. Devon Q4 ahead on stronger volumes and lower expectations and expenses. MKSI beat and guided above, although some focus on very high bar for semi-cap equipment. RHL out with positive Q1 pre-announcement. Toll Brothers beat and reiterated full-year guide. CE Q4 light, but EM a bright spot. Caesars largely in line with better digital and soft regional. ACLS down big on strong Q4, overshadowed by softer Q1 outlook. And then Lazy Boy guided below on macro and weather. You don't buy a Lazy Boy when it's raining. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what they said, bro. That's what they said. Oh, we got a great time. Great time. Just a couple, actually. There's not as much. That's what I'm saying. Today is, it's interesting. There's a little bit of tension coming into today, but 50-50 for now, Habibi. 50-50 for now. Garmin is up by 13.4 off earnings. Verisk up 12.7 earnings, raises dividend, new repurchase program. GPN is up by 11.4 off earnings. Myrna is up by 8.5, reports FDA has now accepted seasonal flu vaccine BLA for review. Cadence up 7.2 off earnings. Synapsis up 3.4 in sympathy. ADI 5.6 earnings, raises dividend. STM, Micro, ON, TXN all up in sympathy. HL 4.8, AMRZ up 4.5 off earnings. OVV up 4 to sell Andarko assets for $3 billion. Palantir up 3.2, Mizuho upgrade. New York Times 2.9, Berkshire discloses new stake. CDE 2.7 reports year-end services. JLL is up by 2.6 off earnings. MCO is up 2.5 off earnings. IAG 2.3 off earnings. NVIDIA 2.2 strategic partnership with Meta. Globe is up by 23. RSI 19. MCW off earnings, or MCW to be acquired for $7 a share. Wing is up 13. GSHD up 12. WTTR up 9. Coco up 7.9. PRG up 7.7. CE up 7.4, PBI up 7.4, and those are all earnings. CSTM off earnings 6.7, Upwork 5.6, new $300 million repurchase program. SSRM 5.2, Caesars 5.2, both off earnings. HYMC is up by 4.7, reports year-end resources. Riot up 4.6, holder Starboard wants to company to transition to data centers. SEDG is up by 4.6 off earnings. Pump is up by 4.4 off earnings. BENF is up by 42.9 off earnings. TCMD is up 25 earnings and acquisition. SPRB 21 completes Type B meeting with FDA. Oh, a lot more. Beam is up by 13.4, battery products order. BioA 12.4, Jeffries upgrade. Saddle 5.2 initiated outperform at Northland, trading lower. Dino is down by 9.7, earnings. CEO to take voluntary leave, update on audit committee. Palo Alto down 7.5 off earnings. MKSI down 6 off earnings. SBSW down 5, guidance and update. SanDisk down 4, holder Western Digital sells 5.8 million shares, priced at $5.45. ANET down 2.9, reaction to Meta NVIDIA AI partnership. GMAB down 2 off earnings repurchase. AMD down by 2, reaction to Meta NVIDIA AI partnership. NAC is down by 31. Comments on DOJ brief filed by Pebble litigation. ACLS down 13 off earnings. RXRX, NVIDIA liquidates sale down 13. VNet down 11, extends maturity date of convertible notes. APLD down 7.3. NVIDIA liquidates sale. Lux down 5.6. JP Morgan downgrade. Figure down 5.2. 4 million shares offered. ICL down 5 off earnings. CAMT 4 off earnings. GTY down 3.9. 4 million shares offered. POR down 3.4. 9 million shares offered. WRD down 2. NVIDIA liquidates stake. Crocs down 1.8, Williams downgrade. SMWB down 23 off earnings and downgrades. And then Fiverr down 19 off of earnings. And I believe that is it. I believe that is all your pre-market movers, my friend. Good morning. Good morning. Do. So there's a little bit more. So watch out for the morning here. Again, first hour or two, see if we get the sell-off. Again, people were a little panicky about the VIX stuff. We still haven't moved anything below 6,800. It starts to add a little bit of pressure, but otherwise, you might have to wait for day number 2. So maybe it doesn't happen on the day of the VIX expiration. Pretty much, you get the gap in positioning happening the day after. So, like I'm saying, today I thought it would have been a little bit more one direction, but you're kind of in the middle. You were gapped up at 0.4 right now. At one point, now you're up at 0.2. Those first hour or two is going to make a pretty big difference here, and we'll see whether or not the fear is there. I mean, there was a couple of other AI updates, but not anything crazy and a lot more tension surrounding them. But like we were saying, pretty much from like last Thursday and that decline, you haven't really got to update. If you haven't looked at a 5-day chart, I would pull that out and you'll kind of see where we're at with the SPY and everything. Other than that, watch the staples for day number 2. And what do I mean by day number 2 is if they do their little sell-off. And again, if we start to go down, see what the staples do. I mean, at one point, we technically closed up green, and then the staples are still down by a decent amount. So that's what we want to keep our eyes out for. And now it relates to the staples. Here are all the companies at the Consumer Analyst Conference. So it's for consumer stocks. That's the CAGNY thing, but you're going to get CHD, PM, Pepsi, MO, SJM, and UTZ. I think there's one more name that I'm missing, but essentially these might move a decent amount. Some of them, I think like MO and Philip Morris, they already like reaffirmed their guide coming into it, so it may not have too big of a reaction. But that was what we got with General Mills yesterday. They dropped because of this conference, so keep your eyes out for that. The other thing, NVIDIA liquidating everything. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but a lot of those like little plays they got into last year, they got rid of like 3 or 4 of them completely, which is kind of surprising. I don't know if this is a CapEx attempt. I don't know if they're trying to bring the dominance back to the NASDAQ versus the Russell, but yeah, this one was definitely interesting. So watch out for those because that might kill the momentum in some of those small caps. The other one, these are the two with updates today that were pretty interesting. And again, there was a lot of 13F, so you're probably hearing things from Berkshire to Elliott. We got to see or hear a lot of Archite. They got brought up in a lot of these as well. But essentially, Riot, they got a letter from Starboard. They're an investor saying they want them to speed up their transition to data centers. And then GSIT. What happened with GSIT? You guys remember? I think we were watching it like a couple months ago. It had a big pop. I forgot what the headline was, but they got a letter from Galloway today to close the valuation gap, and Galloway took a 5% stake so that they could go ahead and do this. But other than that, the final part, man, grumblings of Iran. So, you again, even like politics, we got to hear the Japan stuff. That was what we got yesterday. Again, you're going to hear about that more in March. And then towards the end of the week, we're going to hear again with the Supreme Court and play that Supreme Court tariff game. But the other thing was grumblings in Iran. You saw the pizza thing last night. YouTube went down. People are bringing up all sorts of theories on this one. But yeah, just keep your eyes out for it if we do get an update. And like I'm saying, I mean, there's like a lot of tension today. It's not like bad yet, but if nothing happens today, I mean, maybe we watch some of this kind of bleed over into tomorrow, aka nothing has to happen today. So if something does happen, you'll be ready. But if not, with all of these factors, if nothing happens, I mean, I would be a little flexible, especially as half the market wants it to be the AI bottom, the other half wants it to be a total crash, and they think everything is going to die. So that being said, the only other thing I would tell you to look at, I have 2 public service announcements. Oh, we got a lot of time. Oh yeah, I have enough time for my public service announcements. I don't know what happened. Wendy's did just go up 8. That's it. Maybe they got Baconator for breakfast. I would like a Baconator for breakfast. That sounds actually extremely good right now. You know that? We talked about food at the end of close yesterday. They filed a 13F. So somebody just took a 5% stake. Oh, Nelson Peltz. So homeboy in Disney. He just bought 16% of the company? Hold up. I think he owns 16% now. Oh, no. Peter May. Nelson Peltz. No, I think on behalf of him and whoever he's with, Tryon, and then Tryon has 7%. How much of this fucking company do they own? I don't know what prices they bought it at, but yeah, you got a Nelson Peltz stake. I think that's the easiest way to sum that up. I wonder what price they got it at. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Owned by the Nelson Peltz Foundation. Well, yeah, if you go through the document, you can see the price. I'm sure there's something on it. But yeah, Nelson Peltz and Wendy's, baby. Oh, and they got ex-dividend on March 2nd. They got a dividend? Oh, what's up, Wendy's? So, well, there you go. But yeah, I just wanted to remind you, because nobody talks about it on the way down. They were only talking about it on the way up. I know you may have seen bonds in America and other places, but just a reminder, you got like, 15 basis points decline on the Japanese bonds. So again, everybody was worried on the way up. You should pay attention on the way down, whether it's worry or what it means for any economic shift or anything of that nature. So there's that. And then I don't know if you guys are ready for the other public service announcement. This one's just sad. This one's heartbreaking. But since 2020, Robinhood accounts are down. So user trading performance is down. So make sure if you separate your Robinhood from anything, make sure your long-term is not in a trading account. Otherwise, you will waste the next 6 years of your life. Okay, thank you. Public service announcement. On that note, we got 5 minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I think since we're early, very, very early, Habibi. Very, very early. I know, 6 years. Isn't that crazy? I know that's isn't that that's again, if like I'm saying though, if you just take the little like $200 a month, keep it small, avoid any problems. It may seem like you're doing nothing, it may seem boring and that you're behind, but it's gonna add up, man. It's gonna add up. You'll be able to do something with it. So that being said, I will BRB. If you have any questions, post them in the chat and I'll get to them when we get there, and then we will be good to go. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the long term. So yeah, and then again, that new update. So this one is a little bit controversial. It's really cool, but somebody came out with something called like Conway, and essentially it's like an AI bot that like updates itself, creates itself, makes money. But then a lot of people are debating it. So they're saying the code was stolen. Another part is saying that it's nothing and that it's all just made to look like it does something and it doesn't. But that was your big AI update. Besides, again, the China stuff. You had some China updates yesterday. And then you are also going to, what else was there with China? The DeepSeek is still kind of lingering. But other than that, I mean, the market has taken a lot of the stuff here a little bit slower. And yeah, there is more updates on the Wendy's. The company trying spoken with potential financing sources and potential strategic partners regarding potential transactions. So yeah, Nelson Peltz. Again, remember, he was in on Disney for a little bit. If you guys remember, he's the guy who tried to shift up the board with Disney. And they're like, no, we want all the people making a bunch of shitty movies. We'll take that instead. So yeah, there it is. There it is. But Chatadonia, you know what time it is. I know, the day is beginning. A good day. A great day. I hope you say it. But here at the Cult, baby, before we chase the dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, for real. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service. I hope none of y'all take your freedom for granted. And for real, man, I really hope that we could get you high quality assets. I hope you could use that discipline, apply it to the market, stay away from the scoundrels. I don't want to see y'all do 5-6 years with nothing. I want y'all to get many cribs out of it, many things out of it. So for real, that's how I want to give back, and you guys have given enough already. So God bless every single one of you, and big shout outs to your families as well. They made that sacrifice too, and God bless everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, Chad. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. God bless America. God bless America. From the mountains to the prairies to the long-term saving turn. God. All right, man. Game time. So, yeah, I have a couple of plays. I guess we'll throw Wendy's on there. We'll see. Because, again, Wendy's has been actually very volatile the last couple of days. So we'll see how people take that one. It sucks that it's already gapped up so much, but it might do the pre-market. And I'm just watching the market here, though, today, too. I want to see whether or not the tension is going to spill over or we have to wait for tomorrow. Or, again, if you do start to notice, again, keep an eye on IGV. See how that plays out if you get the bounce. But I'm going to be watching a lot of the staples, the ones at the conference, MO, PM, Pepsi, SJM, Watch Riot, GSIT, Archite. They've been getting a lot of activity. And then your boy Wen, and then, of course, the IGV until we could get out of that zone. So other than that, my friends, it should be a good time. It should be a good time in America. You know what I'm saying? It is. Welcome to America. Woo! But other than that, if you have any questions, you let me know, my friends. You let me know. I might give you one more. You got to wake up, bro. It's a good day. It's a good day. You got news. You got a lot of things. You got a lot of things individually, actually. So, again, all the 13 Fs, but I think the market's waiting for something. Game time. It's a call, baby. Feels like it's going to be a good day. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we changed, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, can't believe they missed it on my kindness, I can't believe they forsake all the guidance, I can't believe they couldn't see the timing. Yeah, bro. We gotta talk high quality assets today. You know that? No strings, no, you know that? That Robin Hood shit pissed me off, dog. I hope it pissed you off. You better get some high quality assets, son. Please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. Great day. Wake your ass up, son. But can the two still walk with that agreement? Say 10, hold on, buy a crib, that's that. That's ours, why that's it. Great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan? That's that, good morning. Out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's I just want to hear the hook, bro. That's it, I just want to Kool-Aid Man through the wall real quick. You know, so yeah, we got about 1 minute. Let's make the most of it. Don't pump on your brother's head top. Be wise. And if you need anything, you let me know, man. You let me know. Let's have a good one. You have a good one, baby. And then again, too, just the staples, IGV. I know I've been saying that for like weeks now, but again, this would be the point, whether or not we're going to see it. And it's still also end of February here, the second half. So this is where the seasonality and some other things are going to kick into play. And then around 10 a.m. Eastern, 30 minutes after the bell, that's when you're going to start getting those conferences out of the Smuckers and all. I think Pepsi's at 2 o'clock. And I think Pepsi's the only one that didn't reaffirm guidance. But that could be because they had their, what's it called? They had their earnings already recently. But then again, so did MO and BTI and Phillips. So we're going to see how those play out, my friend. And then we'll see if the morning movers, what they have in store for us, my friends. What they have in store. Alrighty. Round 1. Fight. Alright. Oh, those little scammers. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Alright, lots of big spread. Again, damn, IGV already started off a little weaker there. I thought it was going to open up somewhat stronger. Again, SPY's only had a quarter here. Russell starting down and the Dow. Again, Staples did get off to a little bit of a weaker start, down by 0.3 comparatively. So that's going to do its thing. Honestly, that Wendy's chain is dead. So I don't know. I might wait on that one. It's already up 8, but yeah, some of those are already up 400%. About 50% on those premiums. So good luck. I think I might just wait for this SPY instead. I want to see what he's going to do. Again, so SPY was at 0.4 in the morning. That's the crazy part about this. Just like yesterday, remember, you gapped down like 0.7, and then it started to go up, and then you played that little game. But today, you were up at 0.4, and now you're only opening up about 0.1. Do. Where is our point you need to get to? Actually, I don't know. These are actually kind of expensive even to the downside. You're not even getting a discount off the open. Alright. And then where's Phillips and Pepsi? Like I said, I think Pepsi, that one might, out of all those events, it might be the weird one. I'm surprised silver is strong, to be honest. Again, with the Chinese New Year and everything else. But yeah, that's holding up. IWM now. Russell started off weaker and just rocketed up on that one candle. Is there news on Kava? I don't know. It's up 6. It could be in reaction to the Wendy's, but I don't know if there is anything. There is a 13F on Kava, but that was yesterday. So yeah, you had who was it? Alliance Bernstein. They took a 6% stake in Kava. So I don't know if they're doing, again, the Wendy's one, they took the stake. I mean, that just came out, the Wendy's one, literally here in the morning. But then he started announcing the other stuff. They started announcing kind of the strategic stuff that they'd want to do with it. Oh, so Wendy's on that candle just got clapped a little bit. It's not too bad. Again, the premiums are just dead. I think you got more share liquidity than option premium. That's what sucks. I mean, I think it'd be more exciting if it was like traded. But then again, maybe everybody is still asleep. I don't know. You guys tell me. I don't know if this is a sleeping effect or what's coming down. IGV, watch out for that, man. Watch out for that. Like I'm saying, 79.30. That's unfortunately, you're way too close. A little too close for comfort on that one. Let me try something. Okay. I think it filled me. You're about to make an offer on a home, and you're having a lot of what-if thoughts right now that could go wrong. Any words of wisdom? That is always going to apply. So those thoughts are not going to disappear no matter what, but just make sure it's not like out of your range. The best thing would be affordability, and just make sure that you're not overextending yourself on payment. Don't make sure you're buying a house at the highest price in the neighborhood. Try to follow simple steps in terms of like pricing and how you're going to cover it, and yeah, you're going to be good to go. Why can't a cash account roll options? Depends how much cash you have, but I think it's because you need to settle the first trade. So like because you're going to close the other option and then the cash takes 1 day to settle. So if you're going to reuse that cash for another option, that might be it. If you have enough cash to cover the new option, then it should let you do that. Not a recommendation. There's Tesla again. So SPY hasn't done shit for 7 minutes. Again, Russell keeps going up a quarter. Dow recovered as well. That started off a little bit red too, but I mean, you're still in this range. It looks like it hasn't done much, but it's just fluctuating between a quarter point if you take notice. Who's the other guy? Mo and Philip. And then the Bibsy. HPQ. Someone asked me about that the other week. I need to look a little bit more into it, but it does look interesting for the long run. I mean, if you want chip exposure, if you have an Intel already and some of the other ones, you may be getting too much chip exposure, but I mean, I'm sure there's a way you could work it in, but I would be more inclined to get it if I didn't have like an Intel or something of that nature. But I'm going to give another update on it. We're going to talk some high quality assets today. I might even make a video on it. But my strategy for the end of this or for this year, I think we're going to have a very good opportunity of both more volatility and better prices on a lot of names. So whatever you decide, just make sure you're going to hold it for 10 years minimum. And it's not like, if it's not the best price now, I think you will be able to get things at a good price. Lennar, I don't know if we're going to get any of those home builder updates. I think there's a conference, and then we still haven't heard from the White House yet. Who's the other one? Oh, Archite. Oh, and then GSIP. That was the other one in the morning. They already sold out. Again, do you guys remember what happened to GSIP? Remember, I think we watched it. It was over here. It was like end of the year last year. But yeah, people are stressing on bringing out the value. Selling your first home, you need to make repairs. Why not sell it without the repairs and just price it into the price? But yeah, just make sure you do the math correctly, because right now things are slow. So it just depends what area you're in. But sometimes if you could just touch it up cheaply, maybe paint it, do some other basic stuff, and as long as you price it appropriately, you don't necessarily have to repair it before selling. At least when the market was hot, people would buy that all day. Even now, though, too, again, like we were talking about with one of the Chads, he listed his house the other day, and that thing got a bid within 10 days. That's just how he priced it. And then SPY still at VWAP. You have not moved? Hi! And then Microsoft going up. Amazon, dude, actually, Mag 7 is doing pretty great right now. I'm surprised Meta's there. Eli Lilly on the low. SPY starting to break out a little bit. That's a decent sized candle. Again, I don't know the GSIT one. I forgot what that was. Remember, Apple had the big day yesterday. So yeah, they're coming up. I'm worried that they're going to go down. Yeah, Meta did a news with Nvidia, and then ANET was like the negative one who didn't benefit off of it. Square. A lot of people have been talking about PayPal. I saw a lot of hype on that in terms of their current valuation and where they stack up. Banks on the high. BX, Morgan Stanley. Actually, Morgan Stanley's up 2.5. Banks are up by 0.8. And then Staples are still down, my friends. So that is the interesting one. And then IGV is not broken out of this yet. So we're going to find out. You're in San Diego. It's a good place. But yeah, man. So if you're like, make sure you even look at the tax implications too of the long term, but just go see what you could sell the house for. And then at the same time, like, just do the math. If it would be easier, you could list. You still got time to list though too. So pretty much in March to like June, July, that's where shit gets hot. So that's kind of your window there. But you know, if you're gonna spend 30, 40 grand to make it back on the sale, just sell it 30 grand cheaper and don't put in 30 grand essentially. Pizza. We talked about pizza. I mean, pizza's not bad. I mean, I like it. Now it's came back to our price there a little bit. So I see a lot of people considering it. Remember, it was a value play. I do think pizza is going to hold up no matter what AI developments you get. But at the same time, too, if we could get a big hitter, I would go for that. And I don't mean like a big home run. I mean like a Procter & Gamble, a Kimberly-Clark, a really higher quality play. That's kind of what we're going to be looking here with any of the volatility. And we had it. That's the sad part. The last couple of weeks here, prior to this little staple freakout, it was there. Okay, Kimberly's going up. Kenvue had earnings. So that's the other part of it. NASDAQ up 0.28. Russell just ripped, dude. You're up 0.5% on the Russell now. Dow Jones 3.7. SPY 0.3. Oh, I forgot about Polyalty. Polyalty, that's post-earnings. I mean, it kind of ties into the software stuff. I thought they would have done better, but their earnings just was not hot. All right. Banks are leading the way, I'm pretty sure. I'll get you guys a checkup in a little bit, but banks are 1%. That is not bad. And materials. Again, you did get the durable goods orders and industrial production. So that, and again, it ties into your ISM, if you guys recall. I'm excited for the next ISM manufacturing. You know that? I guess we get it in 2 weeks. The grandfather of economic data, J&J's up 0.5. They had some smaller drug approval this morning. I don't know how material it was, though. Thermo Fisher, a couple of these medical ones. It's funny, Eli Lilly was down. And then NVO, but a couple of like other biotech big ones are going up. What is a Pfizer? Pfizer, go, Habibi, go. All right, well, SPY kind of climbing again. Russell is kind of nonstop, even despite all the 13F sales. Wendy's climbing up now to another high. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. It's a good day, y'all. A good day. Welcome, David. Mr. Brooks. AMD down 3 after NVIDIA to sell million chips to Meta. So AMD's getting clapped off of that. And then Intel's trying to work its way back up. Palantir. Target, too. Again, Target and Walmart. Those are some of the earnings that we're getting into this week. But yeah, a couple of things are breaking out for now. I mean, what time is it? It's been about 15 minutes, just under that. So like I'm saying, I mean, I want IGV to believe it. That's what I'm saying. If everyone's like, buy the dip, everything's fine, that's the bottom out. You need software to fucking rip off that bottom. And it shouldn't do it slow. Yeah, Wendy's, that just woke up. The spreads are the shitty part on that one. That's the only problem. You might be better off with shares. I mean, you would have made 2% on shares. So it just all depends on your sizing. And then Robinhood. And then, yeah, bro, I don't know. People get mad, bro. Homeboy started calling me old. He started making fun of my hairline. I made fun of my own hairline. But yeah, I think it's because right when I talk shit about Robinhood, like 1 out of every 10 people get mad. But like, dog, Robinhood, fuck them. What do you mean 6 years later they lose? You don't get it, bro. How are you going to have a long-term success if all of your users are getting broker than 2020? How will you even be able to charge them margin? So yeah, I don't know. I think some of this is starting to make a little bit more sense. What did Robinhood do? There's just people circulating information on the user assets and pretty much the trading performance over the last 6 years. So you mean arguably down 24% since 2020. So again, they were just up, and this is like, you know, but it's very, very volatile. But that's crazy. The beginning of 25, even beginning of right now, to see something like this, it's kind of nuts. You have a long term. Should you pull it? Nah, man, that's not like really what I'm like. Unfortunately, it's not like Robinhood is it's half the problem. But, you know, it's just the temptation. And, like, let's just be real. Like, even people who love Robinhood, they're like, I love Robinhood. It's great. They're like, you could buy assets and hold for long. And, like, if you ask them, like, did you do that? They say, no, they don't use it for that. So just unfortunately, you know, just keep it boring, bro. You know, Schwab is boring as hell. But, you know, you're not going to log in and be like, I'm going to gamble on the Super Bowl today. So, yeah, that's kind of shitty. It's like trying to work in a casino. Yeah, as a gambler. No, and then even then too, though, that thing came on yesterday. We started doing other stuff. SanDisk running up and pizza. But as we were, what's it called? There's IGV. They listened. But dude, that like little private asset thing, I thought they were gonna just give people access to like pre-IPO shares. All they're doing is selling you a fucking fund. So yeah, just another joke. Be careful, understand this stuff, but at the end of the day, I mean, at this rate, you're gonna need a very big bounce for them. Otherwise, it's still like, I mean, how are you gonna make money if all of your users lose it all? So get a long term, baby. Get a long term. Yeah, exactly. It's just like DXYZ. I do think DXYZ has better holdings, and now it's been a couple of years where DXZ, at least the valuation went up. But yeah, that's what they're going to be giving you, man. It's crazy. Spain first to enter race for Lagarde succession. Spot silver's up more than 5. Again, SanDisk woke up, and Bond's catching a bid, so just keep an eye out for those if those go up. They're chilling out today. I mean, that might be your leader today. I don't think it's leading the move, but it's going to be kind of a signal. Again, gold and silver is still climbing as well. OpenAI. Dude, I think OpenAI, it's a great move on OpenAI's part, but I do think it's going to change how OpenClaw develops. And then, yeah, I don't know. Look into what was the thing called? Conway? Go look into Conway. That's the new one that came out yesterday, but like people are hotly debating it. It looks interesting. I saw it, but it's also like I can't tell if it's legit or not. But that was one of your updates here in the last 24 hours. But this whole week, I mean, think about it. It's Wednesday. We did have a long weekend, but compared to last week, you're not getting the same like every day we're reacting to something with AI. So that's both I think that's both good and bad, to be honest. IGV on watch. Palantir. All right, GSIT. That's the other one from the morning. That started to pick up. Again, I need to just go look back at it. Whatever happened in October. Sounds very familiar. OMC reports today. They mentioned last week they could be affected by it. They do physical ad campaigns. Interesting. And then NCLH from yesterday. That's actually really running. Smuckers is chilling. Where's Staples? Staples still down. Staples still have a shot, though. Just like, look at the bonds. Bonds and Staples barely down. This is up a decent amount. Russell's the leader, but this could all flip in a damn second. Where's Wendy Peltz? Disney. Are banks still running? ASTS. Oh, what's the other one? Riot. Yeah, the space stocks. Again, Riot had a Starboard trying to push them to do the data center mining. The TLT quarterlies. We talked about it on the watch list last night. Bonds, pretty much, you have a couple of windows. So going to be one thing about pricing and then how this story develops. I mean, and that's for all of you. If you haven't noticed, you know, the conversation around bonds has really shifted. That's what we talked about yesterday, right? That was one of the first things we were talking about. But you definitely have a shift in the view of long end of the curve, but it's just a matter of if it continues or not. And then again, keep in mind the Fed schedule. Again, March we do get the SEP, and that's only a month away actually. So I think if Fed meetings March 18th, 19th, I believe. So yeah, that's right around the corner. And then Nvidia next week too. And then again this week too, we still have more data. We got the Fed minutes today. I don't think they're gonna do much, but that is part of the equation here. they're gonna keep OpenClaw open source, but it's just not gonna, like, I think some of the future developments are gonna become OpenAI products essentially. But like I said, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Sam, but I think it was a great move on his part, because now, you know, he's gonna get a little bit more control over that area of AI development, and then start to route everything through it. And then again, some of the stuff did use it, like the OpenAI, the eyes, the API, all that. Spotify, oh, Tap even on the high. Hello. What's his name? Buffett sold out Constellation. Again, they were leading yesterday. They're still up. More software on the high. So again, I've been seeing Intuit, Palantir. I don't know where the other ones are, but yeah, software is doing decent. You're still not out of the hole just yet. And then SPY did come back to open. Oh, I should have looked for those. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. They're really expensive, dude. So remember yesterday on some of those plays we made, they were slashed 50% off the morning. A lot of these plays on both sides, they're either up or only down like 10, 20%. It's not that good of a deal, Habibi. You know? I guess if you go for the daily, but this is dangerous, Habibi. Softwares can produce faster. A net positive. Yeah, well, there's going to be some. I mean, obviously, we just don't know who yet. You could get a good idea. You know, people like JP Morgan, Goldman, they're putting out ideas about who's going to actually win. But, like, the problem is that the last couple of weeks here with all of the fear is that people are ignoring the people don't want to hear about the benefits of AI. I don't know if you've noticed, like some of these rational sell-offs, depending on how you look at it, people are just saying, oh my gosh, AI is going to destroy this. And they're not thinking about the benefits yet. That's kind of why we're going through this freak out. So eventually, though, that is going to shift, but usually that's going to take earnings. That's going to take a real stabilization. That's why I said, even from the beginning of this, we just need all this stuff to stabilize, and then you're going to get a much better idea. Philip Morris on the low. Again, a couple more staples selling off. SPY's just at VWAP, but again, if IGV gets out of there, you're fine. I think bonds might be chill, but we'll see here. Yeah, 3M's down 2.5. Ugh. Where's Boeing and GE? Most industrials have been good today. XPI is killing it. Crypto at the low. Uh-oh, hot dog. Klarna on the high. App still going. And then SPY with a little candle again. And gold and silver again. Then Intuit, App. Some of the bigger decliners on software are catching a bid. Again, IGV, Habibi. Let him go. Let him go. Steel Dynamics bid for Blue Scope to ramp up. Swear I saw one more. Upstart. You're getting a couple of price targets and analyst actions right now. Cake, I think they have earnings today. Cheesecake Factory. Yalla Habibi. Yalla. None of these are gonna hit. PM. I'm watching the premium, Habibi, but it won't move. Is Wendy still climbing? That hit a new high, then chilled out. Again, IGV is a good sign. Staples are still staying there. That sucks, though, because Staples are you're one move away from Staples either dying or waking up, which, again, is going to give you a little idea of how people are feeling. I don't even think we've had 2 days in a row. You had 2 days in a row of pulling back on the Staples. So this is kind of what happened here in the middle of February as well, or at the beginning, that first week. Ford and a couple of others. Again, IGV still up there. Oracle's starting to wake up. Oracle's only at 0.7. Again, Meta is, I think, the only Mag 7 still down, unless Google is. Nah, Google's right at break even. They've been coming down too. And then Apple's right at break even. So I guess maybe just Nvidia. Nvidia and Amazon are strong again. And then 0.5, Russell's up by 1% almost. So literally right under that. SPY and Dow 0.39, and then NASDAQ at 0.5, which is pretty solid. Again, I keep seeing Intuit and App. which I do think is helping the IGV. Another big candle on the SPY now. So again, you're playing this little game here today, whether or not this tension is going to subside. Like I said, half the market coming into today, they were saying buy the dip out of everything, and the other half was saying you're about to get destroyed under the 6,800. So we're still kind of playing that out. I mean, I don't know if it's been as entertaining or if you feel the tension pulling in one direction or not, but it's still kind of small moves. All of this could still change. It's only been about, what, 25 minutes? Good morning. On your earnings call, you stated that you're going to invest more at your company. Yeah, Salesforce. I mean, again, I think, do you guys know Anthropic? Here, I'll show you guys. This should make you laugh. I got a good one for you. Sorry, those 3-4 candles going. High ticker is starting to gas a little harder. I think Bitcoin's down, but coin, and then take note, bonds just took a dip. No, even crypto started to come up with it. So again, that was your biggest move on the bonds, hitting an intraday low there, but I do think that might free up some of the market there to actually move. So yeah, are you guys ready? So Anthropic has a job listing for a Salesforce administrator. That's what I'm saying. There's been a lot of fear as of lately. Everybody's just looking at the bad side of things no matter what. But yeah, so like Anthropic, the company that's been part of, the Sonnet, all this other stuff, everybody freaking out, Claude, they have a Salesforce administrator position. So they want to hire somebody to use software. Does that make sense? It's pretty funny if you actually, again, just considering the reaction people have had here over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, so that's just like the come to Jesus moment that, not software is not going to get replaced fully. It depends what it is, if there's no real moat. But like we were talking about, if you have an established customer base, a data, like certain like databases and a way of workflow that's been integrated into companies for a really long time, those are the ones that are going to be around. But there's like I forgot the company. There's like one company, all they do is outsource work from India. Like those are going to die. But the ones that, like, again, the Salesforce, the Oracle, some of those of the world, they're probably not going to go anywhere. And then, most of the AI companies that have given some of the biggest shakeups here, they're working with these companies. Baidu, where is a Chinese New Year? China's actually up here. China's actually doing really good. And then Spot, Tap, IGV. It's interesting. Tap is up. I don't know if it's because of the Buffett stuff. Getting rid of the other one. Actually, staples are climbing. So this time, I thought it would have went with the bonds, but you're getting bonds down, IGV, staples, SPY up. High ticker is almost fully maxed out right now. So not bad, Habibi. Not bad at all. Wow. Space stocks, I think you're broadening out. Again, Russell is the leader today, and NASDAQ coming up. Shit, you could double this up if you get half the other Mag 3, if they could start to get rocking there a little bit. But otherwise, you got a lot of things kind of moving here. Like I'm saying, even if staples catch a bid, it's not looking too bad. Again, I do think the buy the dip crowd is winning for now. Still very early, so that's what we're going to see. Let's see. Take a look at the numbers. Dow Jones 16 green, 14 in the red. NASDAQ 69 in the green, 31 in the red. And then S&P, you got 316 green, 187 on the red. So 187 on the mother in stocks. What? Yeah, we just got to get, again, the timing. So just keep your eyes out. People have been circulating names in software that are going to last and not but I do still think it's not stabilized just yet. That's the unfortunate part. We have to turn the corner and get over this, like, everybody just freaked the fuck out. You got a little baby deflation in the software sector. You need everybody to kind of get over this. But like I've been saying, plan for 10 years. At least the bigger name companies, if you have a lot of value, you got a little bit of cash, a decent amount of cash, I mean, you could start nibbling. But at the same time, though, it's like, you guys, let me put it this way. You guys are aware that this is going to be one of the most volatile years, right? Do you understand that you have the makings? Ignore all the AI shit, too. That's the best part. Even without all the AI stuff, this was going to be a volatile year. Again, February, midterms, one of the worst months that you get, but it's the midterm elections. So that's going to cause a lot of movement here, and that's what's going to give us, a lot of different opportunities for pricing. And like I said, you should know your last call. But yeah, as long as you keep that in mind, you'll be good. Do I prefer Fiserv or Adobe? I think Adobe's higher quality. So, but they're really different companies. I don't know if you're the one who asked me that. Somebody asked me that a couple weeks ago, and I think it was the same response, just because they're such different companies. But that kind of depends on what you have in your portfolio. Can your portfolio support more risk, or are you going to need more quality? And at the same time, if you're going to act now, Fiserv's been at this price. It's been at literally, I think I'm up on Fiserv, to be honest with you. This is around exactly where I bought it. So, but Adobe was a lot higher. So you're going to have to balance that. But what is your portfolio saying? But I don't really compare the two. I just view one as higher quality and one as a lower quality, high risk, high reward. Spotify. All right, man. Spies melting away. Melting away. Away. All right. That killed some of the premiums. And then even the calls are starting to launch a little bit. Yeah, the calls did 80%, and then the premiums are dropping 50 now. Still kind of sticky. That's great, though, to start off. It's very early, and then Russell 1.1. I mean, when was the last? This feels like a Monday. So usually you only get these straight ups on a Monday, but you are kind of continuing it. And like I was telling you, man, pull out like a multi-day chart. So now we're higher than the last couple of days. You're like in between the candles on that Thursday, which kind of put us in this little hole. And then again, you're just, as long as you get away from the 6,800, I do think that was the better part than not. I want more on IGV though. Like I'm saying, IGV. So think about what I'm telling you here. Last Thursday, this was where the SPY dumped. You were retesting that low there. But yeah, the IGV is not out of the fucking hole yet, unfortunately. So it feels good. It looks good, but you got IGV needs, you need a lot more people to play along with that. CNBC upcoming interview with DJT Jr. and Eric Trump. And High Ticker is almost fully gassed. A couple of others. Was that GSIT or GSAT? And then Wendy's is going again. So that one's nice. Nice. Long term away. With Snap, I mean, I've heard people talk about Snap. I don't know if they're trolling. I'm not saying you are, but I heard this the other day. Someone said Snap is gonna be the no-brainer tech stock with all the software declining. But at the same time, I don't think Snap is the best choice right now, personally. I just believe that if you're gonna buy anything, you should buy higher quality names. That's kind of my idea. Just because if we do start to get a shift, or when all of this drama is over, the ones that are quality are going to really, really rip. I mean, just think about what happened in 2022, 2023. You know, you had an opportunity where higher quality names really got murked. All right, bro, you're still kind of ramping. Watch if Intel's coming back up, but like see if AMD and the other ones, and then Nvidia is starting to drive you up here a little bit. Nasdaq above over 1, SPY 0.7, Dow 0.5. I mean, the staples are kind of playing along. They're going, actually, staples back to green. And then you got China. So you're kind of broad here today, like I'm saying. You're cutting into that Thursday loss. The IGV is the only one that needs to like double or triple up from here, but it's not looking too bad. Let me see. That Thursday, Habibi, they need a lot more. Rubio designating Nicaraguan prison director. Not a recommendation. That's just an idea. If you feel if you're gonna feel like there's a lagging opportunity, that's the one. But yeah, it's starting off good, man. It's just only been 35 minutes. That's kind of the problem. A lot could happen. Covered calls. Only sell a covered call if you're gonna get paid. If it's like 20% minimum above what you paid. So don't sell a covered call for less than what you paid. And then make sure you're getting paid more than holding cash. That's kind of the idea. And then utilize time. A lot of people make the mistake of covered calls by only selling short time. I don't know why. The idea is to take advantage of the premium, so you want to sell as much time as possible. Let me see. The FT with the modest proposal, ban all social media. Nice. Nice. What, does YouTube count? Or is this YouTube a long form video? And then the bonds. Let's see the dollar. I'm surprised the staples, but then if the staples front run and then tech dumps, yeah, you're gonna get shitted on there. IGV still holding. Micron. USO non-stop fear melt up. Remember we were saying, bro, there's been hella grumblings. Yeah, it's not even reacting like, oh my gosh, something just happened. Just all day, 3%. Is it against the rules of the long term to sell covered calls? No, we've done it before, but like a lot of instances, it ends up capping the gains. But you could do it. I just would, like I'm saying, don't be dumb about it. Get paid for your risk you're taking and don't agree to sell it lower. But then also, too, if there's plays with like a lot of upside, like again, like you got Intel at 40, which is a higher price, but like it was just at 55, 60. You see what I'm saying? So I personally, I would not let that, I don't know if I would cap my gains like that. It has to be worth the risk. How much are they going to pay you? So if you're only getting 3% on the investment, just fucking hold cash. But if it's worth it with high premiums, yeah, but again, the premiums are even lower from when it was at 60. All right, well, that's your first little red in that little 10-15 minute window. We'll see how this dances around. Bonds are catching a little bit of a bid as well. Wendy's is going, dude. I think everybody just had to wake up because even the option chain is waking up for crying out loud. Good morning. Good morning. Those premiums move hella slow, though. KMB. Fuck you, KMB. Damn it. So that's even outperforming the staples. Again, Kenview did have earnings, so I think they did good. It is going to be reacting to that. See, but that's what I'm playing. It's like I'm going to just be waiting if I could get a Kimberly or who knows, maybe even what's it called? A Hershey's if it does one of those drops again. But in the next few months, if we could get one of those, I'll take that. Otherwise, I'm going to be waiting till right before the midterms, and then I might have to settle on growth. Micron kind of painting the high ticker of Wendy's. There you go. They're moving the spreads on Wendy's. And now Meta, again, they lagged a little bit, even though NVIDIA got to benefit off of everything in the morning. And Duolingo on the high. Yeah, Kimberly. Come on, bro. We get like 1 day of staples coming down. Kimberly, I was like, all right, hit like 107 yesterday, right? Something like that. Low 108. I thought we were going to get something, man. But no. Even TAP started to climb up here. Like I'm saying, I don't know if that's the shitty part is like I'm saying staples are up. But then if you just sell off the SPY, well, then it's going to look like every other day. You're going to have staples up, shit coming down. But we'll see. Again, high ticker is still very active. Take note, your first couple of candles here near the high. It's not as if you're like slowing down momentum. I would argue it's probably the bigger names. Again, Apple, probably Google. Well, then Google's barely in the green. I wonder what it is. You got NVIDIA. And then again, oil has been climbing from the morning. We've talked about some of that stuff. People are a little nervous. But for now, I mean, first hour, 45 minutes, people are feeling a little bit better. Philip Morris. Is it 10? Yeah, they started that event 12 minutes ago. So, yeah, they're starting to react a little bit. Watch MO, too. MO is going to be at the same event a little bit later. Some of them already reaffirmed their guidance, too. Oh, yeah, watch. That'll lift some of the staples as well. And the food plays are going up. Remember, some of those died yesterday. BG, Calmain, they're catching a bid. Again, Micron, 4% now. Where's WDC and SanDisk? SanDisk is up even after they sold. And Netflix, how come nobody talk a Netflix, a Paramount, a Paramounting, is a Paramount to the discussion? Snow, ServiceNow. I think ServiceNow CEO even bought this stock. That was the other day. Let's see. Banks too, bro. I forgot. That's been on fire all day today. Yeah, they came. I think that's what gave you this little like sell-off here. But then I do think you still got a couple of them starting to lead. Presentation. Oh, did Pepsi already get out there? Yo, Pepsi already. I thought Pepsi was going to happen later. So Pepsi already hit the event. I have a transcript. I'm surprised none of these hit the headlines yet. So you might get a delayed reaction, but yeah, these came out right around here. AXP. The chips lifted up a lot there. Again, I think you need more Mag 7 to play along. IBRX, where's BIOS? Core Weave. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about ARM. Remember, NVIDIA wanted to buy ARM, and then they just sold out of it? And they sold out of everything else? Again, Intuit. Where is the IGV? IGV still going up again, 1-3. So again, keep your laggards in mind if you really feeling it today. Biotechs are up, dude. Everything, Habibi, everything. Now Snowflake, now CRM. That's gonna lift up IGV a little bit more. Like I said, those still have a lot of room comparatively. And then Dow Jones, 18 green, 12 in the red. 6 more names went green. NASDAQ is 76, so 7 names went green. 25 in the red, and then SPY, 355 green, 148 in the red. So yeah, everything is still pushing. I mean, it's been what? It's just under an hour? Okay, yalla. Schwab first green day. That's a week. That weekly chart looks terrible. I guess so, huh? That's kind of crazy. So yeah, again, XLF, that was the first thing out of the gate this morning that was like actually like really, really running. So more good coin to see it. Grab. Where's Wendy's? Wendy's still go. Okay, man. So now you're 1-1 on the NASDAQ starting to catch up with the Russell. But again, SPY, equal weight, Dow, they're all doing pretty good. But just literally right off the gate. I mean, you've doubled up from the morning. It was 0.4 on the gap up. So we're moving up a little bit harder here. But it's been a while since we've had a day, especially on a fucking Wednesday. So yeah, you got your 2 candles. You're about to like fill. This isn't even a gap, but you're just getting that 1 bar. You're above 6,900 again finally. So you're getting above that little freak out that we had on that Thursday. And then what? You get another 10, 11 points. You get to the bottom of here. Gold still climbing. A lot of things, Habibi. A lot of things. It's good. It's been mostly straight up. You don't get to this one too often, Habibi. Fastly. Oh, yeah. Where's Net and all those? Net's actually still down. So I still think you got a couple of software laggards, give or take. I don't know. Is Net considered software? Vital, DoorDash. What level are we at? I think we're right above 6,900. 6,902. Maybe another point or two. High ticker is almost fully gassed. Space stocks are going. I'm waiting. Coin CEO. I got a baby sweet spot for you. Be wise. Make free right away. The world is yours, buddy. The world is yours. Are you an age, bro? At least you understand the timing. You know, most people just see the price. So I could respect that. I do think, again, this is going to be our backup no matter what, probably. Maybe it even gets away from there. So you never know. We will see, Habibi. We will see. Oh! You people at backups, you also got first position called Bradley Frizzle in the Peach, baby. Every morning. Happy Wednesday, Peach Nation. The Peach is feeling it. God bless you, Peach Nation. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning. Let's see. Let's get a check on Bowen. Let's get a check on the daily consistency. Everything, baby. Good morning. More chips. MU, Dell. They're all going, Habibi. They are all going, you know. They're all there. Wow. And then a Bradley. Hi, Bradley. Man. Bradley Frizzle, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Frizzle. I hope they know, man. I hope they know. Wednesday Peach. That is, bro. You got Peach every day. For a long time. I put them on, dog. Put them on. Carney says another conservative lawmaker has joined liberals. Spot Palladium up over 3. Oh, where's your boy, dude? Where's Brasil? People are getting hyped on Druckenmiller in Brasil. Be like Bradley. Amen. If you can. It's like a Wheaties commercial. Is that Frosted Flakes? I want to be like Bradley Frizzle. Want to be like Brad. Yeah, bro. Is that Wheaties? We need to make that. I'm Amazonian. Again, if big tech could come up, that's going to help it out a little bit. So we will see. Micron. Now we really going to rock it. You might. I mean, you're above 6,900, so it's either going to hold or not, or you're going to go to like 6,913, and then it'll go there. You tried spreading positivity in short guys, and you got banned by the mods? No way. What did you say, bro? I had a clip I wanted to show you guys. I don't know. I don't know how I could pull it from my Instagram. I posted it on my Instagram. I was gonna post it on r/short, but it was not motivating. It was actually sad. I'm sure somebody cried a little bit. Merm Pharmaceuticals up 3. Again, high ticker is still very active, but a lot of them are just. I see CRM, but we need a big tech runner, dude. If you want to get it lifted. Again, a couple more of these software plays, though. ServiceNow and then CRM. They're trying to go up here. Let's go. Lift it, Habibi. Lift it. The IGV. Bond stopped going down. Wanna be like Bradley Frizzle. INTC SAP. Oh, where's ANET? ANET's even coming up. Again, they got clapped from that Meta NVIDIA stuff. And then Intel. Is Bradley Frizzle a real estate agent? No, but if he was, I would use him. I'd be so down, Bradley Frizzle. You know that? Bradley Frizzle could be my real estate agent. I think it'd be a hit. Brasil. Again, Archite, they got mentioned in a lot of those 13Fs. And then a Sproutation. Staples coming down a little bit, so Staples might even go red here. Bond stopped moving for the last like 30 minutes. Where's Polly? Yeah, it's still down 7. It was down 9 something and some change. Wendy's keeps climbing. Damn, Nelson Peltz, bro. So that's doubled up. So literally you would have made 7% on the shares. I don't know where the options went. Options went up 50% if you get filled in between. 30 without it. I want to be like Bradley Frizzle. A peach show division, son. Now Apple's going up. Like I was saying, right, when you're kind of dancing around here, but now Apple wants to take over. If you could get that, it'd be good. Russell's still up 1.4, NASDAQ 1.1, SPY 0.7, Dow 0.5. It's a pretty good start, bro. It's a pretty good start to the morning. All right. And then we're 5 minutes shy. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, you guys. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay, I hope you have a good time. But now, here's the other part. I got one more thing for you. Okay, I got one more for you. All of today's content is brought to you by our sponsors at Long Term Monthly. I will be right back. Oh wait, it didn't play? Come on. Why are they doing me like this? Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. You know? But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy... I thought about it. I'm kind of worried. Because now I'm like, if I play the commercial too much, I feel like somebody's going to, out of spite, be like, fuck long-term monthly. And I feel like they might destroy their future. Okay. And you know who will help? Our good friend. No, too early? Too soon? Too soon? Come on, bro. Get a long term, though. For real. And I think, I don't know, we're going to need to make a refresher on high quality assets. Because it's a mix of stuff, products, and services that you've known about and that you know and that you use. But then it's also going to be a set of names that you, what's it called? That you, not only do you know and use it, but you don't want it at the highest price possible. You know, and that's the other part. It's balancing high quality and then just top ticking the shit out of everything. That's the balance. You get this balance down, you'll enjoy it, Habibi. Otherwise, you don't need to make it difficult. It's very simple. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. Better. All right, high ticker's still holding again. I think this is our first chill out. We spent like 30 minutes going up. You chilled out here in the morning, so we're still moving around. It's been just about an hour, so not bad. Yeah, that's helping the IGV, but not all of them are up. That's why I think IGV could be doing a lot more work. So yeah, man, please get a long term. Please, and just separate it. Just separate your long term from trading and make sure you have one account that just goes straight up. It's one of the best things you could do. Pay yourself first. Meanwhile, the Russell, dude. Russell and Dow have been the leaders this year. So they are outperforming the long term. But SPY and NASDAQ, you're well ahead of them this year. It's an interesting balance. And Kimberly. Yes, keep it separate, Habibi. Keep it separate. ACMR. Again, high ticker, you're kind of broadening out. I want to see. It was 355 earlier on the SPY. NASDAQ 79 in the green. So that's 10 from the last like 30 minutes. 350 on the SPY. So that's still kind of dancing around. And then Dow Jones, one more name went green at 19. Yeah, Wendy's just had the hit from Pelts, and it was good that they said they're pursuing the financing and shit like that. Again, still the chains are kind of dead. They went up, but they had a wide spread, and even that last like 20 cents, the premiums did not budge at all. And then Hertz, who was it who bought it? Was it Bill Ackman? Uber plans to spend $100 million building fast charging hubs for their EVs. We still haven't heard from the department. Is that why Hertz is going down? They just kind of reacted to that. Now, where are the space stocks? Buying your first home in San Diego. Does the year built have a big impact? Kind of. It just depends on the the condition of the property. So you have the right idea, the roof, and make sure that, it doesn't have any foundation issues. You're not going to have to replace things like the pipes, the AC unit. That's another expensive one. So it all just depends. But I mean, I like properties that aren't too old, but if all things are considered, if everything's perfect and the last part about it is just that it's old, I mean, that's not going to stop me from it. We had a nice talk on some of the real estate stuff yesterday. Is he talking now?
I think it's important for the world.
Donald Trump Jr.
Creating a lot of efficiencies that were lacking in the system. I mean, as someone who
I don't really
either
like
one of us
Donald
could have
Trump
called any
Jr.
banker in New York over the last 20 years and
think
gotten
Barron
a loan for
is
a
my
building,
favorite
and we
child.
just realized we were sort of the top of the Ponzi
I think
scheme.
Barron is the
that was
favorite child,
banking.
now that I think
if you
about
didn't
it.
have those connections, if you didn't have these things, you didn't get that benefit. Crypto totally democratizes the ability for people to transact, to do finance, to get the loans that they need for businesses that make sense. That didn't exist for everyone, and we're really glad to be able to bring that to the forefront in the market.
Thanks. Still think it's going to $1 million. It's having trouble holding 100,000. It's been a rough start. This was supposed to be
Good follow-up.
the golden dawn of crypto.
Well, Bitcoin is low right now, but what we're talking here with world order is going to be stable coins, right? So that's treasury-backed,
How
it's
have
dollar-based.
stablecoins held up in the Bitcoin sell-off?
They're 1-to-1 to U.S. Treasuries, so they've stayed the same. It's just a simpler way to transact. If you send a wire on Friday, you don't have to wait for Tuesday to close. It happens in 2 seconds for 2 cents. You can close transactions. The banks obviously didn't love that idea because they're getting the benefit of the float of having these things, and these billions and billions of dollars sitting in their banks over the weekend collecting interest. This creates efficiencies that did not exist in that market before.
But not only does it create efficiencies, it's bringing trillions of dollars into the United States, right? Everybody wants to be on the U.S. dollar. They did a euro-based stablecoin, and only half of 1% of all Europeans want to be on that stablecoin. You know what they want to be on? They want it to be on the U.S. dollar. And guess what everybody in Asia
Constellation
wants to be on?
kind
the
of
U.S. dollar.
flushing.
Guess what everybody in South America
And then
wants
Palo
to be on and
Alto,
really is
oil's
on?
getting a candle
the
too.
U.S. dollar. Stablecoin is going to bring literally trillions of dollars into the U.S. economy. It arguably could save the dollar because guess what? There's a lot of countries around the world, rampant corruption, bad governments, bad currencies, massive inflation. These people don't stand a chance. They get a paycheck. They don't stand a chance. They may as well go and throw it in a fire and just burn it. Whereas now, all of a sudden, using a simple telephone, using your iPhone, all of a sudden you can buy U.S.-backed, 1-to-1 as Zahn said, based on U.S. Treasuries. You can buy stablecoin, and you can actually be part of the greatest financial system in the world. But that's a wonderful thing for
But gold has been doing well too. And I know stablecoin is different than Bitcoin, but you've been big proponents and bullish on Bitcoin as well.
We still are.
I'm a huge proponent of Bitcoin. I do think it hits $1 million. I think it's one of the greatest performing asset classes. Go back 2 years. Bitcoin was at what, 16,000? Where is it at right now? 70?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you look at the last 10 years, Bitcoin has gone up 70% a year on average, year over year for the last decade. Name an asset class that has performed better than Bitcoin. And now, obviously, you have lots of volatility. If you don't want volatility, go invest in some muni. Go have a great time. Go invest in some treasury. You're going to have volatility with something that has tremendous upside.
Tell me go buy
I've never been more bullish on Bitcoin in my life. I've never been more bullish on.
You don't want fucking. You don't want volatility.
What every one of the big financial
Go buy
institutions in the
fucking
country,
government-backed
whether it be
water bond.
Whether it be Charles Schwab,
Bitch.
whether it be J.P. Morgan, whether it be
Goldman, he's
BlackRock,
here.
right? Goldman's here. I mean, go down the list. Every single one of them are adopting
guess.
cryptocurrencies.
Actually,
They're willing to
municipals are the
treasury
most volatile of
cryptocurrencies.
bonds. Actually, I
They're
wouldn't
putting their
listen to
private
that
wealth
advice.
clients into cryptocurrencies.
default more
Before they
than
were telling them
normal
to
bonds.
put exactly zero
Fun
into
fact.
cryptocurrency. Then it was 2%. Now all of a sudden it's 5-6%, and that number keeps on climbing. It is the asset class of this generation.
Every time
It's what
Apple
every
go
person
high when
under
the
age
market
of
is
50
slow, but the Apple go.
is into and loves, and we're just getting started. We're on the 1 yard line.
I do want to ask you about the World Liberty Corporation, which has been in the news, and there was this big Wall Street Journal report about the 49% stake that was sold to an Emirati royal family
1
member
minute, 30
after your
second,
father
5 minute. It's
was
still pretty elevated.
elected president, raising questions about whether they were doing that so they could get access to AI chips.
A, my father has nothing to do with. B, it has nothing to do with AI chips. And C, we met in the Middle East the first time.
Yes.
There's not a person in that room, there's not a banker, there's not a fund manager that doesn't go to the Middle East and to the, whether the sovereign wealth funds of the world. They're some of the biggest investors in every
Mr.
fund
Beast goes to
in
the
America.
Middle East, so what are you trying to
critique
say?
the one here and not
right,
talk
Tommy.
about the others would be nonsense. It's literally what they do. And so they have done that. They invested in it, and they've actually had already over a 4x return on their investment. It's a great investment and has nothing to do with the other. We've been dealing with the conflict of interest stuff for years. I mean, they tried all this nonsense the first time around. Frankly, it's gotten old. They were the ones that put us into this position by creating legislation to try to put us out of business. We just fought back. We weren't willing to sit in the corner, curl up in a ball and die like they would love us to do. That's not how we function. That's not how we operate. And you can see that whether it's my father or us, that's never going to happen. We're going to do what we need to do
optics
to
of
fight
it,
back.
right?
It's the greatest law of unintended consequences. If you look at what they tried to do when they threw my father off of Twitter, and they did the same to Don and myself and pretty much everybody else in our family. They took us off of Twitter. They
After
took us off of
Jan
Facebook. They took us off of Instagram. They took us off of YouTube. They took us off of Google. They skewed all the searches. They did everything they could to suppress. So guess what we did? We went out and we formed Truth Social. Then not too long after that, all the banks, they started canceling us left and right, every single one of them. Every single one of the big banks. They started canceling us. Guess what we did? We went out and we got into DeFi because we realized it was the future of finance. And the great irony is half of the very executives that called us back in those days to cancel us are actually in this room right now. It is a law of unintended consequences, and I think for a long time they fought it, and I think at this point they realize they can't fight it. The train has left the station. This is happening worldwide. The whole world is adopting crypto in a very, very big, fast manner, and they would much rather be on the side of something that's clearly the future than be trying to fight it in perpetuity.
Well, I don't think the Democrats have accepted it. I mean, Senator Warren wants you guys investigated by Treasury under CFIUS.
Yeah.
I know.
for
Well,
national
she's
security.
also
Senator Warren also
making
said he was
millions of dollars
agent of Russia,
teaching
right?
Harvard for 4 minutes a month. Give me a break. That's what they're going to do.
both just say, "Give me a
But
break" at the
again,
same
to
time.
Eric's point, some of the people in this room 6 months ago, they were very anti-crypto because they were very accustomed to their system. It worked. Everyone made a lot of money. They made fees in and out. It just created inefficiency that they got the benefit of that. Now that they realize that this is the future, that this is an avenue where people are going to go because it is better to transact, it is faster, it is more efficient, it keeps more money in the pocket of the actual user, they have no choice but to adapt. So they're going to be here and they're going to help
These
carry
are Donald
that.
Trump's
They wanted to
love
prevent
children.
it because that was their business model for decades. They didn't want to evolve. When I graduated from Wharton, everyone went into banking. They had their same system. They've been doing the same thing for 50 years. This is leading edge technology. It's going to change the way things are, and those who are willing to adapt are going to survive, and those who won't will not.
But do you guys have conversations, for instance? I mean, there are some regulators here, there are members of Congress here. There's an important market structure bill we were just talking about that needs to get through the Senate, and needs to be passed by,
Because
signed
America
by
has to
Parliament.
win. America has to win this because you better believe China wants to win it. All of Asia wants to win it. Countries in South
Pat
America
and a
want to
couple
win
other
it.
smaller
South
software
Korea
plays
wants
are
to win
moving.
it.
Even like
the entire
TTD.
Middle East wants to win this race. We better win this race. We
solar?
better win
Tan,
the
is
race
that a
of
52-week high?
modern day finance. And frankly, the banks have almost been negligent. Why is it in 2026? Why does it take you? Why can't you send a wire transfer after 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Why is it, a nice young couple wants to go out, they want to finance a house. It takes them 120 days to go through, know your customer. They pay exorbitant fees to one of the big banks to try and get a loan. By the time they get the loan, the house is gone.
That's where we're,
again,
you're going to risk, again, 69-13 if this holds up.
There's nothing in the world, there's nothing in finance that can't be done better, cheaper, and more efficiently, and more transparently, frankly, on blockchain technology. And that's what everybody's realizing. And it's going to save the consumer tremendous amounts of fees. It's going to democratize finance. And again, we're on the 1 yard line. This is, the best is yet to come for this industry.
Okay, so you're full believer. So now we talk crypto. I just, in the final moments, want to ask about some of the other interesting business ventures, because there was big news yesterday about your investment in an Israeli drone company, for instance. What was this? What's the story there? And again, you'll have the same questions about, they're dependent on the Pentagon for
I don't know.
regulation.
You use big
Listen,
bank,
at the
you
end
don't
of the day,
use
we
the
invest in a lot
local
of things
land
we
there.
believe in,
Take a
right?
long
If
time.
anybody doesn't believe that drones is, the wave of the future,
discount.
they're silly. Their eyes aren't open. And so I think there's tremendous drone technology. And listen, we've been investors our entire lives.
Again,
We
CoreWeave,
put money into
ARMS, you're
ventures.
going back up. Even
That's what I
Bitcoin's
did in a
catching up. I
company
mean,
that
they're talking
I
about
believe in,
Bitcoin.
and I'm really excited about it. I think it's
And
great.
then more of the
then we have the
chip names,
greatest real estate
computer,
portfolio in the
Dell,
world.
Micron.
I think right
Again,
before
high
we
ticker
went on air,
starting
you
to
said
gas
this is the most
again. You
beautiful
went
room.
below
It's the most golden
6,900.
room.
Now
It's
you're
the most
getting above
beautiful
it.
room.
And
You said
it's a beautiful
you
room.
have ever done an interview out of, and so we have the greatest hospitality assets in the world, the Trump
Yeah,
organization. We
Bitcoin
have
on the high.
26
Again,
projects
TAN.
going up around
That
the
one
world,
sticks
and
out to me. There's a couple of
That's
solar
business.
plays going up.
We are doing
And then
incredible. The brand is
Pat's
hot.
starting to ramp up here. Like I said, some
The brand is
smaller
hot
ones,
because
and then
your
even
father's president.
TTD.
Yeah, the brand is hot.
Up
because we
2%.
also-
It's been hot for 40 years. In all fairness, my father was on the leading edge of everything in real estate. He was the first person to amenitize condominiums back when that was totally unheard of. He's the guy that's done that. And since he's been in politics for the last decade, Eric and I have been doing these things and perpetuating the thing that he started. He's not involved. He hasn't been. Frankly, he has much bigger things to worry about, and he even acknowledges that. What we do on a daily basis is not even remotely exciting to him relative to the stuff that he gets to do, these days. And he didn't get into politics because this was, the thing to do. Remember, he got in when there was zero chance to do it. They tried to throw him in jail. They frankly set up a scenario where he was basically almost killed to do this. He's doing this because he believes in America. He believes in the American people. He wants them to be able to experience their American dream. And frankly, most politicians for the last few decades have done nothing but basically ship that American dream abroad. That was our only export for the last half a century, was the American dream, as we've enriched those who hate our guts. That has to stop. To Eric's point, preserving dollar hegemony by crypto coming in there and having treasuries in these crypto companies buy U.S. treasuries, that's going to stop the BRIC nations and the others who are trying to get away from the petrodollar and U.S. dollar hegemony. And frankly, to the Democrats' point, that's going to allow them to spend the ridiculous things on the nonsense that they want to fund, because we'll actually still have the money to be able to do some of these things and have a base to borrow from. So this is about America first.
Meta
and
finally
to
went
lead the
green.
way,
Now there's
in
Amazon.
crypto is going to be leading the way in the future of finance.
Finally, I do just want to end on the
Google and
prediction
Apple a
markets,
little
which is a
bit
big
more.
topic
Apple's up
here,
0.5%.
because you are involved with both Kalshi and Polymarket, and we did get this big news yesterday from the CFTC in the industry's favor. So where do you see the future of this going?
Listen, I got involved in the prediction markets a few years ago, back when we had no chance of ever even coming back from the dead. We were written off, as always, because I saw what was going out there in the political sphere, actually. We'd see polling. Kamala Harris is going to win Iowa by 12 points. I'm like, man, I was in Iowa last week. I didn't see a single sign. I think this is nonsense. But you understand that the polling,
the other side?
traditional polling, was bought and paid for. It was designed to demoralize one
you
side
took the other side?
and invigorate another. It had nothing to do with actually telling the truth. The prediction markets, when people had real money behind an idea, they were going to actually vote with truth. So for me, it was about actually getting the truth out there. So I got involved before we were ever in office. We were very clear about needing the truth out there. We want the truth. That has been bastardized, that has been masked, the narratives have been created and pushed. And for the average person who doesn't pay attention to this stuff on a daily basis, they miss that. They say, well, I saw it on CNN, it must be true. It's like, give me a break. But if you're not paying attention, if you're just working hard to put food on your table for your family, you may actually believe that nonsense. For us, it's about getting the truth out there every day. And so I think the prediction markets are very important. And it was a needed fix to a broken system, yet another one.
Yeah, that's the common thread here in all these business ventures.
We fix things, we build.
Thank you for having us here today. It's a great lineup of guests, and we certainly appreciate being able to be the exclusive partner.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr. Guys, I'm heading over to the stage now to moderate a discussion with Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon, who is, of course, here. We'll talk to him about crypto and his outlook. And I'll be back next hour with more from the World Liberty Forum, an interview with the president of FIFA, who is also here, has had a great relationship with this administration and is gearing up for the World Cup in what are we, under 4 months, David? So we'll talk about ticket prices. They even
Not a recommendation. Zoned out till he said a couple of things there. I don't know. He has some funny one-liners. But man, I don't know. It sucks, man. It sucks. It's hard, I feel like, talking about crypto now. I mean, again, but that's part of the nature. I hope you guys, this it feels like back in the day. I mean, I remember when crypto went crazy in like 2018. It was easy to talk about it when it's like going up. It's hyped. Everybody wants to hear about the future. They're like, wow, this is crazy. And then when it goes down, nobody wants to talk about it. You know, so it's a very interesting dynamic with how it all plays out. But I don't know. I'm not the biggest fans of them. And I mean, again, just everybody on. I'm an OG Bitcoiner, bro. So just all of the, there has been a noticeable difference in Bitcoin since, like, all of these slimy bankers got their hands in products. They got a product of a product. You got an option on a Bitcoin and then a Bitcoin ETF that you sell an option on. And now we back it with the stable coin backer. There's all these other shits, bro. So either way, Bitcoin is going to be it's going to be interesting for 2026. I don't know. I don't even know how it's going to play out even with the midterms. That's going to be the other part of it. But my, oh my. Chatadonia, good morning. I mean, good morning to you, and it's been about an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, you opened up out of the gate. We were talking about whether or not there's going to be repositioning, the VIX, all of it. And yeah, here we are. It started off good. I mean, people were hoping you could get some semblance of an AI bottom or AI freakout bottom. And here we are. But then again, I think the next level, if we're really going to go, you got like maybe 10, 15 more points above 6,900. But I think that's going to play alongside the big tech. Because otherwise, more names than not. You have like 350, 400 names are up. Thanks for Wendy's. You're grabbing a Baconator. It wasn't bad. It could have been. It's just slow. Even though it made a good move. But yeah, definitely get you your Baconator. Your Peltzinator. That's really what it was. Cisco. Oh, Cisco's kind of launching. That's picking up. Who was the other one? Wasn't it Tem? Had nothing to do with, I guess it is AI. You're only an OG if you got in under 3 digits? Oh, damn. All right. I guess I'm not an OG. But, you know, I had some, I think I was close, bro. I was close. One day. It's a CDO of a CDO. I mean, kind of. I mean, somebody brought this up the other day. I forgot what they called it, but it's just like artificial supply. It was just like right when Wall Street started coming up with all of these products for it, it started to play out a little different. And now it just took away from the actual supply of Bitcoin. I mean, a lot of money chased Bitcoin products, but it didn't go straight to Bitcoin like it did. RKLB, all the space stocks are going up. That's been holding up. And AMD, again, AMD got clapped on the Meta stuff earlier, so that's still holding. Wendy's still up. Who's the other one? IGV and XLP, they're all up, man. It's small. I still think the staples and then bonds haven't moved pretty much all day, but bonds are barely reacting. And the interesting part, though, if bonds don't move a lot, that's going to bring down that bond volatility, which has kind of been categorized as the last couple of days. And now Palo Alto's still going up, a couple of uranium plays, and then banks as well. Those were very strong performers. Some of the smaller ones are starting to move. And then CoreWeave again. High ticker is literally almost maxed out. Celebrating the start of your paternity leave by becoming a member? Well, congratulations on the child. Do I have any recommendations other than a 529? No, 529s are really good, especially now after 2026. Like, there's a lot more, there's like broader stuff you could do with it. I think like it helps account for like you could use your 529 for like application fees, learning, education, like outside of it. And I think as you know, if you transition it into business stuff, I mean the Trump account too. I don't know how you feel about the Form 4547, but yeah, it is. I think those are two great things. And just even then, the normal brokerage that we do, that was kind of a benefit. Like a normal brokerage up to like $100,000 or $150,000. I mean, there's like a decent amount of like tax benefits where it doesn't really hit you that hard. So I think the best bet you're gonna do is use all of these things: 529, Trump account, long term, and just start now and build around it. Because again, it's all about the timing. Putting it to work it's gonna really take you and your child a long way. What kind of play is Bitcoin? Inflation, tech, safety. Bitcoin is in its own little world right now. That's what sucks. I mean, technically, what was it? I think it paralleled with Japan for a second. But yeah, this year, I mean, again, it's been a wild couple of years. Even then, I mean, at one point the bonds stopped really reacting to reality as well too. So you know, it's kind of just been in its own little world. Well, speaking of which, the bonds are finally moving now. So bonds are getting back up to open. It stayed kind of pinned there towards the low of the day. So we'll see. As a levered beta tech, but it didn't. It used to follow the Nasdaq up until like pretty much October, so it doesn't even like it didn't even share that same movement though. That's the thing that sucks. I have to show you my favorite clip. This is literally my favorite clip in the world. You know, I went and I listened to all of his songs after this. I at least wanted one more, but like, yeah. So this describes Bitcoin in the last couple months. Essentially, you know, Bitcoin act as a dollar debasement trade or be Jamaican. It describes it so accurately.
But we no give a F and we no give a Ralph's claw. Bedroom bully, make the sick talk. Big dirty bass, that one you fully like how the pussy
It's too accurate though.
You know we fully dog.
Cause literally, it's really random. Bitcoin's like, yeah, I'm down. I'm gonna be a Jamaican for the next 6 months. Cause that is, I mean, back in there's been Bitcoin has both a long and short history, but you know, at more times than not, it followed with the dollar and global conflict and a lot of other things a lot more. But yeah, this last like 6-9 months after it went crazy, after crypto bill, all these things, it just kind of fell off. But it's not over yet. So that's why I do think, I think a lot of things, I think we're just going through an economic shift, or that's at least the first grumblings of it. And then we'll see. I don't know. Do you guys believe the quantum? So I've heard people say it's because of quantum. And they say that the quantum, the rise of quantum computing and all that is being priced into it. So I don't know how I feel about that per se. And we don't give a F and we don't give a damn. Apple, Amazon, Kospi. All right, so there's 30-second momentum's dropping, but still, last 5 minutes, you've been up. I want to say what? You spent 45 minutes, almost an hour here at 6,900. So you just melted up to 6,900, and now we're chilling. Apple, GC. Oh, where's that other one? GSIT. Sandisk going up too. And then NCLH from yesterday. There was one more. Toxic substance detected in 2 baby milk samples during tests. What is it? What's Nestle's ticker? Isn't it? Is it NSRGY? Yeah. Actually, they're still up a lot. I don't know if this is the right one or if this is the subsidiary that has the access to it. But yeah, we talked about it a little bit in the morning. But they're saying like toxic baby milk by Nestle or something like that. But I think one of the shares went down 30%. But the ADR is only down 1.7.
NSRGY.
No, we don't give a F and we don't give a damn. Okay, that's the one I keep forgetting to look at. Microsoft. Again, IGV still holding up. It seems like it's tilting up a little bit higher. You've at least hit a new high in that last hour. SPY came close to it. Are you worried it'll be hacked? Well, that's what people are saying. So there's one part of the Bitcoin bears or the people trying to explain why Bitcoin's not going up the same way, especially with what's going on, the dollar, all that. They're saying it's the risk of the new technologies, quantum, and everything else. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like we're far from quantum, but then again, the stuff that we've seen lately, I mean, I think the timing is very hard to wrap your head around right now. Even with all the AI stuff, this relates directly to all of this software stuff that we're doing, because it's just like there's definitely been real updates. There's definitely enough to make people even freak out in the markets and a host of other things, but it's like the timing of everything. That's where I think people are going to be wrong. That's where I'm going to be wrong. I mean, I think when it comes to AI, AGI, the development, it's either going to either happen way sooner than people expect, or it's going to happen way later. And that's kind of the problem when you're in the middle of one of these technological innovations. It kind of reminds me of Bitcoin back in the day, because again, Bitcoin, Ethereum, it's like, whoa, this is technology, crypto, blockchain, and people were really hyped on it. But again, where people got turned on and turned off and made money and lost money was literally the timing. Eventually it did get to where it was, but it definitely took longer than some people expected. And then to others, they're like, 5 years for Bitcoin, 10 years to do what it did. Even after 2018, damn, it's been 8 years since 2018. You think U.S. monetary will switch to crypto? I think they're definitely going to use these stable coins more and more. The only thing I don't like about that idea, and you've already seen these mother efforts try to do it, but I don't want no damn CBDC. I don't want no digital currency, bro. Like, I want to have an option to have a digital currency, but like a central bank backed digital currency, that's just like, is one giant leap for China kind. It's a small step for crypto, a giant leap for Chinification. JCR. We don't give a damn. We don't give a F. We give a rat. SPY 330 in the green. So about 15 names went red on all that. Big tech took over a little bit. NASDAQ 80 in the green, though. That keeps still performing. And 18 green on the Dow. So not bad. Not bad at all, my friends. What time is it? 7:50. Damn, we're 30 minutes from Euro? Yo, dude, did y'all have like a crazy storm yesterday? I swear, I woke up in the middle of the night last night, and I thought my house was going to get blown away. Did y'all hear that, or was that just me? Maybe I was tripping. I don't know if that was a dream or not, but it was raining like crazy. Gold and silver a little off top. Yes, was that your house too? You're in Chicago. You're in Colorado. What? Dude, I'm telling you though, yesterday it was like wild. I was actually like tripping. At one point I thought it was part of my dream, but then I was like, I don't know still. I still don't know. I feel like I was half dreaming it, but like it was like windy as fuck. Wait, what'd you say it was? I want to look at something. Why does the dollar look so choppy? Again, dude, it's so crazy. I feel like we haven't heard dollar debasement and some of that other stuff, though, in a minute. But bright white flashes. Dude, was this all over America? Why does this sound like this? That's crazy. Again, China's still ripping too. Dollar went down, then bonds. So that's the only thing creeping back up here. Staples are creeping back to break even. Bonds are there. SPY and IGV are in the clear for now. And then again, some of your big tech now. Broadcom. Remember, Broadcom running yesterday. That helped lift us. It snowed in Vegas? No. Yeah, dude, what is it? I know they were saying it was going to be a crazy storm for the next, like, 3 days, but it didn't seem that bad. It rained a lot yesterday. But, like, dude, I really thought my house was going to fly away yesterday. At least the roof. Or, like, a window break. We don't have... Yeah, bonds. I don't know. I don't think there's a bond auction. So now bonds have broken out for the day. They're still red, but yeah. I'm saying the dollar was starting to move, and then China... I don't think... No, I think there was. I think we're going to get 16 million today. $16 billion. And we don't give an F. Yes, selling 16 billion of 20-year bonds. But I don't know if that happens now. It's still early. You get that? It would be the perfect scenario for the mark of the beast. I don't think it's going to be... I think the mark of the beast is going to be AI. I think a lot of people are just AGIs. But yeah, I've heard a lot of these theories. Do you know that? Do you know how many people have had to lecture me? And I don't necessarily agree, but, you know, I do try to listen. But they're like, Josh, Donald Trump is the Antichrist. Do you not understand? I'm like, I guess I don't, but they're like, the mark of the beast is crypto and Trump. And then, but I'm like, yeah, I think it's AI. I think it's AGI. That's going to be your mark of the beast. You won't be able to do anything without consulting your AI. And then IGV took another candle. Now Brazil. Habibi, Brazil was down. Wow, how'd they make it to go up? It was down there. Yeah, Brazil's actually getting a bunch of candles right now. Like I'm saying, it was down. I want to say it went negative earlier. Or it was right at open. But yeah, Brazil's ripping. I don't know if there's a headline on it. All I see is toxic substances. Yeah, bro, you got bonds in Brazil ripping. I don't know what this means. That goes hand in hand. And software is coming up. SPY's kind of chilling, but I'd keep eyes on that one. I think that one's pretty unique. Again, Druckenmiller getting involved in Brazil. Got a lot of people excited. Bets big on Brazil ETF before rally, out 5 minutes. That was, again, yesterday everybody knew about that. Now Vale's going up. So I don't know if it's the ETF or the individuals. I saw, yeah, the platinum in Brazil. Very high correlation. That's why people were saying it's Druck. PG on the low. So what, we're getting staples coming down too? Again, IGV, that's the only thing I think gives you a real clear sign. PG's on the low. I don't know if this is because of the conference. No, we don't give a damn. Yeah, staples back to red. Bonds near the high of the day, still in the red. Workday climbing up again. That's software. So again, Workday, Intuit, CRM. A lot of software names are still going. SPY still chilling near the 6,900. You just got to pop in Brazil. And that's it. And then PG on the low. Snap headlines. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't know what the fuck has happened lately, but I have heard the most bullish theories on Snapchat. And I'm not really that big of a fan of it. So please don't get it twisted. But I don't know if it's propaganda. I don't know if it's because it's cheap enough. But I've heard way too many people hyping up Snapchat. I don't know why. We don't give a F. We don't give a damn. All right, we'll see if bonds could go green. And then I'll keep staples. It looks like software is going to run a little bit. Pure hype. I'll take it, yeah. Brazil again. The yen is ripping. So, I don't know. I brought it up in the morning, but I do think we need to talk about it again. Because this is like, I don't know, bro. The intellectual deception is what I would call it. But, like, you guys don't think it's weird that everybody was fear-mongering when the yields were going up from end of last year till end of January? And now you kind of you give up like what? Maybe a month of yield gain in a couple of days in Japan and nobody says shit? You guys don't think that's weird? I think it's weird. I think you should look at it. I think keep watching it. Again, you're watching how gold and silver are even playing out. There is a correlation. It's a little detached from today, but that's what I'm saying. The next couple days, end of February, there's the SPY. Abbott now going up. A couple of others and more software. Again, Brazil. Snap exceeds 1 billion annualized runway. One weight. Google adds music generation capabilities to Gemini. Hot dog. Spotify's tweaking off that. Why? What are we going to make AI? I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about that one. Why would Spotify? Wouldn't they put their songs on Spotify? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Watch out for it. But there's your baby update for the day. I don't know if that's strong enough to bring the fear. I don't think it hurts Spotify. Unless they make their own like AI music platform for just AI songs. But yeah, Spotify's reacting to that a little bit. It's not what we need for IGV. Google Lyria 3 is available in US and rolling out to creators on YouTube in other countries. No, I've heard the most unhinged theories on Snapchat as of lately. And I don't know, again, as somebody who was a big fan of it back 6 years ago, and we got to catch that first rally. I mean, I don't think they've executed as well as they could have. I think Evan Spiegel fucked a lot of people. But at the same time, I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know. Like I said, I'll accept it too, man. We still got some. We haven't bought it in the last 6 years, but I'm down. I'm down with it, but I don't know if I'd necessarily, I don't know if I would tell people. Brazil is in bad shape. You came from there and had to leave. Too much corruption. I mean, it depends what you're there for, but I feel like there's been a good tourism, but mainly I think it does have to do with the materials, minerals, some of the energy stuff, and then also the dollar and how that's moving. Oh, we don't give a damn. All right, bonds climbing up too. I don't know if Brazil's still going, but then SPY slowly working its way up. All songs on YouTube Music. Is that? I mean, Spotify dropped. That was like what, $10? Still coming down. So we'll see. Happy Ash Wednesday. Thank you. I'm not Catholic, but thank you. It's Catholic, right? Ash Wednesday. U.S. industrials raised to attractive at UBS. Again, they've been actually ripping all day. And you have the data. WMG reacting to it? Nokia's on the high. Yeah, WMG. I think that would get killed a little bit more, bro. I think that's a better play. Because Spotify, you could just throw it on the platform, but yeah. Jeez. So those plays are like cheap, but not really. The spreads are up. It's still not a lot, but somebody was just snagging those at 4 cents. But yeah, I'm not going to take it, but I think that has better exposure to the downside. Now they're down 2.8 right now. And Spotify's still going with it too. GM. We don't give a F and we don't give a damn. In 20 minutes till Euro close. So let's see, Habibi. Let's see. Yeah, WMG, bro. I took another %. Where's Nelson Baconator? That one's still up too. My goodness. GSID even climbed up to 7. Oh. I think if Spot is, it's not like too big of weighting on IGV, but it is software. That's what I was saying. It's not going to help. But at least software's up 1.8. It got to go up a little more. I think the only thing I do not like about software is it has a long way to go to get out of this little Thursday gap. Meanwhile, the SPY is kind of ripped. I think that's because of the equal weight and everything else with it, and then some of the big tech. But yeah, that's the thing I'm not down with. And then bonds are now back to green while staples are right at the red. So it's a good day though. Strong day, it held up, but still very early. And then some of those other hot dogs are still in play. And Palo Alto's recovered half of the loss from the morning. And Shopify. Shopify's up 7. Habibi. McDonald's. I forgot, where's Walmart? Again, they're going to have earnings. Yeah, Warner, another 0.5%. TME reacting, 10-cent music. I want to see this Google thing. So we'll see if it's turned. I don't know if it's kind of contained. It's going to affect these names, but I don't know if this is going to cause, keep the AI fear going. But again, I do think Spotify is kind of the weird one. There's one cheap one on TME. Again, there's not as much meat on the bone. I'll leave it for you if you want it. Russia says some domestic fuel markets are well supplied. Oil's still up too. Again, we haven't actually heard anything on Iran today. That was some of the problem. I know bonds are going back here to break even soon. Again, you do have a bond auction, but that could also get them going too. Because then remember, 20-year bond auctions are usually dog shit. So if that ends up being good, kind of like last week or 2 weeks ago, we had one of those good, was it a 10-year or a 30-year? And then that started to tick up the bonds and everything. People got excited. The win issued is lower than usual. Yeah, it's because of the rally. Right now, you have good bond yield the first time, long time. I'm still shocked with the mortgage rates. I've been seeing more of that. But yeah, that's going to be the interesting part. And then we're going to really find out, too. It's still kind of slow. I mean, everybody just reported their roofs almost all fell off last night. But we'll see how real estate is as we get into March and April. Into the springtime. Will Uncle use Gemini to drop his next track? I have one. I don't know where it is. My friend sent me one before. Let me see if I can find it. He sent me like an AI track before of Uncle. We don't give a F and we don't give a damn. Yeah, bro, I don't know where it is.
he sent me one. It was a trip. But it was pretty much an uncle song, but then it sounded like a pop star. It was like some random ass voice, but he said it was done with all AI. Oh, I think this is it. Let me see. No. Yeah, this is AI. I don't know what song this is.
Finger to the sky. Shout out Chad.
I don't know what song this is. I don't know what the fuck it is. Let me see the one. I don't know any of these are. Yeah, like all of these are just AI, bro. Which one? No, he did one that was like trippy, dude. I gotta find it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. That's it. I can't find the cult one. But yeah, this has been around though. I'm scrolling up on messages from like 2 years ago. So that's crazy that Google's now doing it, but yeah, this has been around. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. I think that's it, bro. Chip's getting a bid. Turn this shit off. I think you are overestimating keeping you on. Does that make sense? You know that? But y'all just like, for real though, I realized it yesterday. Like, homeboy got mad. Like, y'all just mad because software is down, okay? Please don't take it out on me. You know that? You know the kid talking shit to me yesterday? You know what his first message was? At the beginning of, like, or the end, like the beginning of the year? He was talking shit to me about, he said, you bought Kimberly Clark instead of Iran. You know that. And then that's where it started. And then you know what happened? Week by week, all of his messages progressively got angrier. So, like, listen, guys, it's not my fault. Okay? I fucking threw you a life jacket. Okay? I don't want to hear it. Okay? I'm just finding you something relatable to what's going on. But, you know, we've cleaned up the chat very well. I've already banned several people. I've banned everybody. So, yeah, I don't want to hear it. Out of love. I mean that in love. You know what I'm saying? Don't overestimate your position here. Don't step out of bounds for no reason. You could be a friend. You don't got to take out your anger. You send him Kimberly tissue for him to use. I know it's bad, bro. It was bad. You gonna get mad at me for software? And then he made fun of me. He called me old. And then I look at his profile, and then he making fucking Roblox videos. I'm like, man, I am old. What the fuck? I don't even know how to hand. I'm like, what do you do? How do I? My nephew have Roblox videos, bro. How do you want me to even react to this? This makes no sense. So I'm like, damn it. Kimberly killing it. What was he talking about? Well, that's what I'm trying to say, you know. Well,
when we made the video. So he was talking shit roughly around here, you know what I'm saying? And then he said to buy Palanta. The chat facts don't lie, bro. But then again, like I'm telling you, it does. You could kind of watch how the anger develops. And then again, I mean, this is what relates to it. This is why I told y'all the gamblers are usually angry. But like, bro, this is just the reality of it. I don't like this chart, bro. I get mad at this. Y'all don't, again, it makes sense with software and everything else. A lot of people, the crowding, the Robinhood, but yeah, like, so at these moments, people are going to be pretty pissed off, especially when you could have just done you could have just bought diapers, literally. So yeah, unfortunately, it is your choice to make. I can't make that for you. But if you take it out on me, I'm going to call you a bitch too. Okay? So it goes both ways. I don't know. I mean, you could blame Robinhood, but I think Robinhood just like, I don't know, man. It's a lot of it has to do with culture. Pepsi. Again, Pepsi already gave their updates at that conference, but it's kind of reacting like something else. Got bigger volume moving now. And then STZ. But yeah, dude, I think it's a mix of culture. I mean, that's why I wanted that's why I got kind of bothered with stuff last year. And remember, I was telling you guys, you got to secure your future. And I mean, that was exactly right. Not only did we get to run it up, outperform, and do all that, but even coming into the little fucking shuffle the table, you're still fucking up, dude. You don't got to worry about all that. But I do think it's the culture. I mean, Robinhood definitely gave people the tools to fuck their shit up. But it's like, again, it's just like a lot of the people's culture, social media, culture of the gambling. Because, like, again, a lot of people, they will defend Robinhood. And again, it's not like Robinhood deserves all the blame. And they'll be like, well, Robinhood, you could hold long. You could buy indexes and ETFs. And then if you ask them if they bought it, they'll be like, no, I didn't, but I should have. And then you play that game. So it's a mix of both sides. Casinos are nice for a reason. Yeah, well, it's not. I mean, I wouldn't sell being down 20 or 30. But if you did buy high and you're following the crowd. And then margin, just keep in mind, that's why I think some of the Robinhood stock decline makes sense. Because they have a lot of people on margin right now. They're making like 1 point something, I think. Or is it? I need to double check the numbers. But they're making a decent amount off the margin interest. But that's the problem. If your fucking users are trading 30% below 2020 and then they're all on margin, I mean, what does that say for your future revenue generation? But and then again, more of the culture does tie into where was it? I replied to somebody yesterday. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's like this, like, again, and this is what I'm saying. This is the shit that gets viral. People pump in the certain plays, goes viral. It's the algorithms and the people who want to pump on your head top. They circulate it. Pepsi is still going again. And then WMG still dropping. Again, Pepsi has to be that thing. One of those conferences. U.S. House to consider aviation safety legislation. Have you ever seen this guy on Twitter? And he's always saying about you're going to lose money if you buy a house in real estate. So I just wanted to look. But like, if you ever gone through his posts, bro, he's been saying this for like 5 years. Like at every single point. Dude, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of them, bro. It's funny, like if you say like it's going to crash, it's this, you fall. So that's part of the culture, bro. It's shit like that getting people to again, because if you've believed that things are gonna, you guys have seen it. You know how many people have believed buying a home was out of reach. I mean, this whole time I'm like, take $200 a month. You know what I'm saying? Take $200 a month, build it up. You'll get a down payment. You'll get something out of it. Meanwhile, if you don't believe that and you're like, no, I'll never be able to, and you fall for the propaganda of I have to gamble my way into success. I mean, it creates all that, but I agree. I mean, I don't think Robinhood is the full blame of it. I definitely think they're an enabler, but at the same time, I mean, it's just the crowd and how people. But that's a crazy stat though to think about it, man. Just from like 2020, and just to and they get performance when imagine all the Palanters and certain assets on the platform that went up, but I just don't think people ever stopped. I think the top ticking, the leveraging, going back and forth, mixing predictions, all of that, it's a nasty concoction. But it's your choice. I've been telling you guys all this. It's kind of been my mentality from last year, where you gotta lock in, man. You gotta make your decision. It's your future. Don't waste your time. Avoid stupidity, and I think you're gonna be fine. You wanted to get my thought on what, my friend? I didn't see your other message. The harvest is plenty, the workers are few. Oh, man. Habibi. Started with 1, but that shit compound. But that's what I was saying, though, like to a certain degree last year. The surprising part is that, after like 4 or 5 years of just strategies backfiring, I'm surprised the culture of it is crazy, because then it goes from, no, we'll do this. We're here to make money. We're here to do this. And then before you know it, they're just circle jerking each other, holding the bag in a weird way. It's very odd. But that's why you want to get something out of this, man. Robinhood offering tax services. I saw that. I just think the last one they did yesterday was a little shady. The whole sell a closed-end fund. It's like DXYZ? And I didn't like DXYZ. It's kind of crazy. Some of those assets appreciated, but they were charging you like a 40% premium. I don't know how Robinhood's going to do it, but it's a closed-end fund. So you're not like you're not getting to own the shares. You just have a market to trade them in between people. So it's, again, that's why when you guys brought it up, I was telling you, I was like, dude, investing, I forgot the guy I knew. I know this guy in San Francisco is like Loyal 7, I think, or something like that. They were offering this in like 2015. And like, at least you got to own the shares. You got to get early access to IPOs, and then you would be able to like own the actual equity, not buy a fund that owns the private equity, pay a premium, and then your only liquidity is in and out of that through other people buying the fund or whatever the fund is going to pay. So yeah, that's kind of the shitty part about that one. Aren't you concerned about the liquidity of a private share? I mean, depending on what the strategy is, but like theoretically, if you get me an IPO pre-IPO, like get me Anthropic before it hits the secondary market, I don't think liquidity is my concern, right? If you're doing it like 5 years before IPO, yeah, maybe. But if you're, if the whole goal is to get access before going public on the secondary, I don't think you're going to have liquidity. But I would be more concerned with ownership. You email me your long term from 300 to 30K. That's good. I'm not going to give an opinion. It's a good one, though, if you did that. But get a house now. That's what you got to do. I'm glad you didn't buy that car that one time. I don't know if you did or not, but that's what you got to keep growing it. You got to keep growing it. If you start small, bro, it's
I think that's something that we got to talk about because the small accounts, you guys could do something with it, bro. If you don't have a lot of money, I mean, you could actually grow something pretty nice. It's just going to take a couple of years. And, you know, focusing and understanding high quality, that's going to go a long way. What's OII? I clicked on this one. That one's starting to go. And then Novartis to the low. We have not moved. EWY, I mean, I think this is the year of emerging markets. And then again, Korea has been on fire. So I said it a couple weeks ago. I think 1 or 2 weeks ago. It was like one of these pops. But we talked about it kind of leading into to February. But just choose your frustration. That's where a lot of the hype is this year. It's emerging markets, and then they have the AI, SK Hynix, Samsung, all of that. So it's going absolutely ballistic. And then it ties into the dollar and everything else too. I don't know if I'd call it undercrowded, but it definitely has the memory there. I think the thing, you know, you can't short stocks in Korea. They banned it. So I think that's part of it. Or I think it's naked selling, but there's something that's restricted there. Would Humana be good for my long term? If you only care about deep value and you don't mind missing out for the next 2 to 3 years on other plays, then yes. Otherwise, I mean, the healthcare, if I was the AI, she'd say, ugh. This was the AI from the future. I don't know what he would I don't know what he would say to you, but you know, this has been a very exhausted theme we've talked about. Where essentially, if you want healthcare, you could get some of the best deals right now. But other than that, it's still the timing of it. So like I'm saying, with the opportunity for bigger volatility this year, and then even the post-midterm reaction, I don't have healthcare high on my list. Maybe after the midterms, to be honest. But other than that, I'm planning for at least another year or two before it goes there. But at the same time, if all you care about is value and you got a lot of cash and you don't really mind waiting, then you really want to secure a deal and you're not going to get really bothered by, you know, dead money for a little bit, then it's one of the best deals out there. Humana, UNH, a lot of the healthcare's there. An email of a timeshare on the Big Island? No, resend it. I don't think I got one. But timeshares are risky. Some of them are really good if it's like you're really early to something hot. Otherwise, like a lot of times, like, you know, you have to pay taxes on them, and then they have like yearly membership or like yearly association dues, or I forgot what they call it. But yeah, some of that stuff kind of backfires, and then they're not really worth it all the time. So that's what you got to watch out for with a timeshare. Assessments, yes. That's what it's called. You know that. You guys know at like tax auctions, like timeshares show up at tax auctions. It's crazy. So there's people who just said, fuck it, stop paying their taxes on a timeshare. And then 7 years later, the state will auction it off. I've seen them. I've seen people, you could buy them for $500 sometimes. But then literally those fees are just, they wreck you. Happy Euro close from our market to yours. Yeah, it is Euro close. Yalla, Habibi, yalla. Timeshares are wild. You made the mistake of getting one. You probably had a good vacation, though, right? You're like, I fucking love this place. I want to live here for 1 week of a month, 2 weeks. I'm down. It's enticing. It's very enticing. You probably had a great time, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna kind of live here. But yeah, I've seen people get lucky with them, but it's really like, I think it's maybe 20% of them hit.
Bud, that's kind of big. Oh, wait, I don't know if Bud is at that meeting, but they're starting to pop a little bit. Again, you had Pepsi, you had the Staples, Korea's still up. Actually, Staples coming down. Why the hell would you go to that island? Yeah, bro, Bud, it's only 0.5%, but it just looks big. Timeshare. I mean, you could rent it out usually, but that's what I'm saying. It has to be in like a high demand place. So like if you end up getting a timeshare and it's like a place that's very active, I mean, usually you could rent out your time, and then if there's enough demand, hopefully you could rent it out for more than what your fees are. Your wife won money at the casino. You thought about the watch list, sitting on cash for midterms. Amen. Don't get too don't wait too long. Like in the sense of, like I've been saying, like if Kimberly Clark drops back to one something, the low hundreds tomorrow, I'm buying Kimberly Clark tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? Procter Gamble drops $10, $20 back to, near the beginning of the year. I'm buying it. Hershey's has one of those big sell-offs. I'm buying it tomorrow. But other than that, it's just, if none of that happens, we can't get a high quality name at a good price, then yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit. Again, you could always dabble with the software if you really want to take it. And Korea is still ripping. We are just talking about that. Again, Korea, Brazil, they've had some days today. And then Bud going up, ASTI too. Software still up, market's still up, but we have not really moved in the last hour and a half. You've just been kind of hugging the 6,900. When would I buy Microsoft? At what price? We'd have to go. I think the last one would need to be like a Liberation Day moment. But I wouldn't have bought I think Google would have been the one. But we're going to need a lot lower of a price. Unfortunately, I don't really think about those. Now, granted, I mean, I bought them a long time ago, back in the day, but like I'm saying, Liberation Day, you got to go back to 2021 prices, and we're getting there, and that could be a zone, but I have a very, very low one. The best I would do for some of these is like take me back like 5-6 years, assuming the situation hasn't changed much. But we were able to acquire some names like that. Meta, Netflix, they've done that. That's why software is so enticing right now, because there's names like CRM, Oracle. Actually, I think Oracle's still up, but some of them are at these like 4 or 5 year lows. So it's like I'd want to get back to those lower levels. But like I'm saying, in a world where just a week or two ago, or I guess a month ago, Kimberly Clark and Procter Gamble and Pepsi and all these other names were so cheap. There's a reason why I wasn't really thinking about the Microsofts of the world. Miss anything good? Not really news. I mean, the general vibe today was either the volatility was going to expand and we were going to find the AI thing to freak out at, or we were going to get we were going to get a buy the dip, and people were feeling that maybe this could be the start of chilling out, and just started ripping up, and it held. Again, a little bit of worry with oil and what's going to happen with Iran. You got a bond auction coming up. You had good durable goods data in the morning, and then you got the PCE on Friday. But for now, we're kind of stabilized with the S&P. I do think tech or software has a little bit to go. And yeah, that's kind of where we're at, but nothing really happened. Italy cabinet approves decree to cut energy bills. Do I buy ADRs? Not too often, but yeah, I have some in the long term. China and NVO. So we bought Alibaba and Baidu. And again, that's another example of kind of waiting till they come back to multi-year lows. But yeah, I have Baba, Baidu, and NVO. Those are all foreign. You have to pay a fee on them. So keep that in mind. Wait, doesn't Baba pay a dividend? Now that I don't know. Am I tripping? Because I feel like one of them, they pay for itself. Yeah, Baba pays 0.6. But I know NVO, their dividend pretty much covers your fee. But then you get less too. You get taxed on the foreign dividends. IFS, little pop. Is that 3%? Or that's just under. It's like 1 point something. Dude, I think my NVO dripped. I'm not too sure. I'd have to see. 'Cause I remember we've gone over this, but I checked once and it looked like it did it. What is NVO? No, it hasn't, huh? Yeah, bro. What the fuck? Odds of U.S. striking Iran by March 31st are all-time high on Polymarket. Yeah, those were the grumblings yesterday. I feel like I checked once and it did, but when I go look back at it, it didn't. It doesn't show the drip. I will be traveling for a year, multiple screen setup. Has anyone used AR glasses to trade? Oh, I don't know. I know one Chad, he sent me it. He would be like fishing while watching the stream. And he would use the like goggles, the meta ones. U.S. arms sales to Taiwan in limbo. And Kimberly, look at you, Kimberly. No respect, Kimberly. Sorry. Oil's still climbing. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade-In Fraternity. God bless America. Zuckerberg arrives at courthouse?
In about half an hour, he
Zuckerberg
walked in
goes
from
outside?
over here. We should have video of him entering. There was a scrum of cameras. One of the reporters actually ended up getting knocked over in that rush to try to see Zuckerberg.
Oh, wait, do a
and he's
push-up,
actually,
dude.
walking
Y'all trying to get around push-ups? You've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 left to go. My brother, move your body.
By his attorneys, by a fair amount of
Stand
security,
up.
and then of course that crew of cameras. So he's inside right now, preparing to take the stand at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. And we understand there are quite a number of parents inside who are bereaved, who have lost their children, and make that connection to the impact of social media. This trial is about one particular woman, she and her mother suing Meta as well as YouTube for the addictive nature of the platforms themselves, the design of the apps. And there are going to be a lot of questions he's going to have to answer about whether or not they're prioritizing engagement and profits over the well-being of their users, particularly kids. Guys?
Julia, thank you. Julia Borston. The FIFA president coming up after the break, looking ahead to this year's World Cup. Of course, the impact on the U.S. economy. Don't go anywhere.
I thought we were going to get Zucky. You know what I'm saying?
Project under the Hudson River is going to restart next week. The Trump administration has released the remaining federal funding it had previously frozen because they got sued and everybody threw a fit. So the Gateway Development Commission, building the new tunnel between New Jersey and Manhattan, had received about half the money by Tuesday, but needed the remaining reimbursement to restart the work. Now that has happened, according to Governor Hochul in New York. And remember, this portion of the country, you know, like it or not, a huge economic contributor to the overall economy.
Absolutely.
And then separately, and I'll shut up after this, the Portal Bridge, which was this over 100-year-old drawbridge spanning the Hackensack River in New Jersey, which is used for the Northeast Corridor, Amtrak, and the New Jersey Transit trains, bringing in thousands of commuters every day. That kept breaking down. They replaced that with a beautiful new bridge.
Awesome.
They are starting the crossover work for that, so they're going to start using that in
So for the next month, rail service is really disrupted, but that's okay. We're ready. We're ready.
Because
Are you guys ready?
Yes, we're ready. And so
I mean, I don't take the train, but I'm ready.
I always just see my New Jersey colleagues try to get into the office, and every day is like an adventure.
It's okay.
There's always
It's
some
okay.
explanation about like something's happening and this didn't happen, and we couldn't get in on the expected 1 hour ride.
Yep. So don't worry. It's a little pain right now for decades of gain. So
right now has spanned years.
Yes, but this one's really bad. This next 4 weeks, so they've kind of shut down a bunch of stuff. But anyway, all right, let's get back to the world of deals. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney here with you. Boy, this deal that just keeps on giving, particularly if you're an analyst or reporter, but if you're a banker, you like to see this thing close. Warner Brothers Discovery opening up bidding for their friends at Paramount, we learned yesterday. For a short period, I think 7 days, and we'll see what happens, see if Paramount can come back with a better offer, and what does Netflix do? I don't know. Seema Shah, she follows this stuff. She's a vice president at research and insights for Sensor Towers. Seema, what do you make of the news yesterday that I guess Paramount's back in the mix here?
Yes, it sounds like Warner Brothers got permission from Netflix to sort of offer Paramount this sort of one last shot to improve their bid or make their case as to why they should be the acquirer. There are a couple of activists, I think, that are supporting the Paramount bid. One of them is Ancora, and there's another fund as well. So that also may be prompting this negotiation so that, it's sort of a best faith so that Warner Brothers shareholders can see that all options were sort of.
All options. I'm going to just do I was going to do another wall stretch, but I'll just hit some standing up in lunges. Oh, Chad. We're chilling, though. That morning was exciting. But the last, hour and a half, almost 2 hours, you have not done much, my friends. You have not done much. Fossil still trades? Why did I think Fossil got bought out? Is that the same Fossil? Like the clothing company? Nike. I like Nike. I just didn't like that it hit that 57 for a day and then just bounced. But it's been holding this price for a year, practically. Nike's. Sit me. I'm just waiting. Just waiting. But yeah, I do wish I got more staples and defensives. But it did. We stacked up as much as we could. There was a lack of the deposit till the beginning of this month. Then it just ripped. It's like suing Robinhood because they enticed you to gamble. I don't know. The social media thing I think just is used by more people. So that's where you get those claims. I'm surprised they haven't tried to make social media like a utility yet. But then again, then they would operate under different laws. Diamond fist? What's a diamond fist? Like a workout? I could do a diamond push-up. I need to get diamond shoulders, bro. Yeah, I don't know though. I don't have kids, but I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't let my kids use social media, but then again, I've seen it, bro. You give a kid an iPad, they chill the fuck out. So I feel like it's tough, man. I feel like you got to make the decision. I would give my kid a iPad with the Bible on it, but then he'd probably grow up and cut his hair off and then become a liberal and then hate me for the rest of his life. So it's a risk you got to run, man. It could go either way. But then again, I'm not a father. I'm just father the long term. Fossil buy out some luxury Swatch? I don't know. I didn't know Fossil still traded. I was actually kind of surprised by that. Clothing is going to be interesting moving forward. Because either they shouldn't get affected by the AI stuff, or they're going to be able to benefit off of robotics and actually better production. Limit social media to over 18? Damn. Well, dude, I was on the internet when I was young. That's how I got here. That's what got me into markets and a lot of other things. But refiners, Phillips 66, Citgo, and Petroleum seeking to buy Venezuelan oil directly. Now, y'all don't understand. The internet back in the day was weird. That was before we knew everything. Dude, I was on AOL chat rooms before we knew everybody was a PDF. You know what I'm saying?
It's a weird time, bro. It's a weird time. But then again, it's like, I could only, like, I don't know, when we've gone on Reddit, bro. Like, I've seen posts of people on Reddit, and they're like, I'm 14, I'm 15. Like, that, I feel like, is crazy. Because it's not as if Reddit is, like, I feel like Reddit is like a more twisted version of the internet back in the day. Like, it's one thing, some of y'all are adults and made the poor decision to rot your mind with Reddit, but at the same time, I could only imagine being like a kid. Like, that's actually crazy. Omegle in the early days? Oh, dude. I remember that back in the day. I remember when Omegle first came out, dude. They don't know. But I don't know. What's Omegle like now? I feel like it's the same thing. I feel like it hasn't changed. I don't know if you're ever going to stop that, bro. I don't think you're ever going to stop the Omegle antics. Gave your son the graphic novel of the Bible. Dude, I mean, I like those Bible cartoons. They hit. Dog, VeggieTales. I told you the other day, bro. VeggieTales. You know, you understand how hard VeggieTales goes? Bro, a talking cucumber filled with life. Don't tell Sam Bankman. Don't tell Sam Bankman. But other than that, VeggieTales is great. That was one of my favorite. VeggieTales. I still remember it. VeggieTales. VeggieTales. Gotta be. Has to be. I don't know all the lyrics. Something. VeggieTales. But up. It's a banger, dude. You remember it, right? Was it? I got it? Nice. RXRX, Kimberly with no respect for her fellow man. That's it. Larry, dude. And then the tomato. Yeah, bro, there's some good ones. MIRC, I did, dude, back in the day. Yeah, all of that. That was like some of the OG shit to communicate. IRC chat, bro. That's how we like talk to people on Halo with that. Omegle got shut down? Oh, no way. Really? What? No. Omegle. Oh, wow. Dear strangers. I launched it when I was young. What the fuck? So what happened? No longer sustainable financially nor psychologically. Oh, jeez, dude. Dude, what did y'all do to what did y'all do to Omegle? I know what they did, but damn, it ended in 2023? Yeah, Josh, you're old. It's like a long time ago. That's crazy, bro. I mean, yeah, people weren't really, they didn't have the best of intentions, I would say. Dude, I think I showed it to my girl back in the day. I think I showed it to her before it shut down, and she was like, why would you show me this? She's like, what? I said, no, you've never seen this? Because I guess it wasn't as poppin' overseas, unless you're in India. But yeah, I think she was a little bit more shocked. She's like, what the fuck? Why would you? What is the point of this? I'm like, it's okay. I don't know. It was cool back in the day, okay? So I thought it'd be like first time you're like, oh, this is fun. No, it's disgusting. There's an alternate called Monkey now. Does it do the same thing? And like, does it still have the weirdos? Your face. I know, I swear I've seen clips of people on Omegle. Dude, we're fucking old, man. You know that? That's crazy. Yeah, when did it end? Oh shit, can you still ride the Amtrak? Yeah. Felt like a hacker on IRC. Dude, I felt like a hacker the first time I opened up command prompt. You have no idea. I learned that back in the day. Gotta be, Has to be. Possibly. VeggieTales. Bump. Again, you got a couple of little oil news. I think software chilled out. I mean, this is the lowest you've been in like an hour. So from that first little sell-off there, then Apple took off. And then bonds, again, you have a 20-year bond auction coming up. What time is it? It's 8:30. It's actually Euro close. So 4 minutes on the dot. Or no. 24 minutes. I'm blind. I thought they relaunched Flappy Bird. But yeah, I remember all that when that shit came out. Yeah, IGV. All right, bro. Chilled. It was a good start. I mean, usually though, think about it. First 2 hours, we're at what? 2 hours, almost 3 now. So it did chill and it held up. But now if we're gonna get the next move, but I don't know how crazy it'll be, my friends. Yeah, bro. IP config? Fuck yeah, dude. I thought I was groundbreaking. I sniffed the port back in the day. That sounds like I'm doing drugs, but no, I'm like, I remember, was it IP sniffer? And then you go do it all. Did I tell you at one point when I was young, I found a way to like, I used because of Halo, bro. All of this was Halo's fault, bro. You know that? Because I wanted to get host in Halo so I could BXR the shit out of people. You know that? So you know what I would do? I knew how to like pretty much sniff the packets on my router. And I had like this router thing. And at one point, I was monitoring all the data on my home internet and Wi-Fi. So I had all of my sister's passwords and everybody's password, and I would try to blackmail them. Not really. They beat the shit out of me, and I never did it again, but I tried. I said, hey, I know your password. I'd say, you gotta give me something. I know the password to your MySpace. Yeah, and then I got my ass beat. There's a lot of them, and they were, you know. I needed defenses before making that offer. I didn't think about it. COD did host matter in COD? You don't understand, bro. In Halo, if you were host, bro, shit was next level, dude. This is, bro, I think this was pre-fucking mortgage crisis. So the online gaming, it was either pre or post, but that extra kilobytes per second, bro, it made a move, dog. You saw a video about the BXR? Oh, dude. That's funny. We didn't have videos back then for like gaming. They came out a little bit. I had a Halo montage, but eventually, like, you just learned that through the streets, dog. You learned that on Lockout. You learned it on IGN. You had to go on IGN forums, and then you would go on like Halo forums to figure it out. I don't think I've showed you guys my Halo montage. It was ill, though. It goes hard, bro. You tried to hack your middle school with command prompt? Okay, damn, bro. Shit, I went after family. Family was the closest one. I didn't try to hack the schooling system. Use the firewall to force host. Yeah, that's what I would do. I wouldn't stand by. That's, you know, stand by with some host shit, bro. Unless they pissed me off, and then that was just more of a spite trick. But yeah, you know the vibes, bro. Yeah, it's exactly what we did. You literally Dog, why were we so into it, bro? Why were we so into it? Do you understand that? Like, bro, you guys don't realize, like, as a child, bro, I figured out how to force host through a firewall just so I would have an advantage in a first-person shooter. Y'all don't understand. Like, that's an intense commitment. But then again, it did translate to the stock market really well. I know, it's good, bro. I think they're coming out with a new Halo. I don't know if it'll hit the same way. But yeah, bro. Good times. Any recommendations for bonds other than Bill? Oh, yeah, there's way better ones. Way. Remember, Bill is only short-term capital. Bill is only short-term, like 3-month bond, which is a lot lower. It's at least 1% almost now, or like 3/4 of a basis point, or 3/4% below where the 3-month is, or excuse me, yeah, it's 3/4 above. So you could get more. But yeah, Bill is just that was at that moment when short-term rates were at like 6 and 7%. So we haven't used Bill in years. I don't know if you remember, we moved a lot at one point a couple years ago. It was around 2024. We were saying just get the fuck out of Bill, start moving that money to elsewhere. But if you really want bonds, I mean, I think you should just buy them. The best part right now is you could buy other people's bonds. If you truly, I don't know if you're trying to gamble on TLT. I don't know if you're trying to speculate on interest rates. You know, there's many ways to go about it, but at the same time, it's like if you really wanted to hold bonds for the long run, I think one of your best bets right now is going and buying a used bond. It sounds kind of odd, but you guys know you could buy a used bond. So essentially, you could go buy a bond that somebody already bought. It'll have less time on it, but it might offer you a higher coupon. It'll offer you a higher rate of return, and then you could buy it, and then that way you get more than the current interest rate, and then you're able to actually still get some fixed income that's not as low as it is right now. It's still high depending on how you want to look at it, but you know, I was buying my bonds. I was buying bonds when they were in the 6s, dude. I own bonds that I can't believe I got them, but I'm glad I did. And now I don't really want a bond. I'm down to speculate, you know, depending on how things move. But this is what I was saying here just not too long ago with the staples and the defensives, is that if you have it's like, why would you buy a 3-4% bond right now when you could go and buy you could literally go and buy a 4-5% high quality company that's probably going to benefit more off of AI than get clapped by it. You know, again, the MOs, the Kimberleys, the Procter Gamble, even damn Pfizer, for crying out loud. I wouldn't buy Pfizer on the high though, but it's shit like that where it's like, oh, they are, you know, you're getting a way better deal with equity now than you would have with bonds. At that time, you know, some of these companies were not moving, they were yielding a lot lower, and bonds were double the rate with no risk. Now, some of these companies, you know, just even some still to this day are still down like that, but for the most part, you were able to pick up companies now with 30-40% upside, and they pay 5-6%, which is kind of crazy considering the Fed's funds rate is at like 3.4 right now. So yeah, that's how you'd go about it. But you could go to the bond center on any broker. If you have like E-Trade, Schwab, I don't think Robinhood has a bond center. But otherwise, like using the bond ETFs, I wouldn't really be doing that right now if I were you. It just, again, it all depends on your purpose, what your goal is, and what you're trying to accomplish. But yeah, that's not choice number one. But the market dropped a little bit there, and then fucking WDC, bro, at the high. Again, a couple of names. IGV, what do you mean? What's up with it? Do bonds lose value when you drive off the lot? Sometimes. It just depends. It depends what the issue price. In the last couple years, you would buy, if you bought a new issue a couple years ago, you were losing money off the lot. Kind of all last year, or in 2024. Used bond, high mileage, great coupon, good low price. You guys don't remember? I was showing you guys. So when the time that it was most beneficial, I was going through TD Ameritrade and I was showing you guys how to shop for bonds because the rates were at 6%. You could have got shit at 7% for crying out loud. And that's crazy because that's no risk. That was at a time where some of these companies that yield 5 and 6, they've gone down now. And now they're starting to make their move up. So it was just, and then the market too. But yeah, you got the hold, so you could hold them 2, 5, 7, 10 years, and it may not seem like a lot, but to have a portion of money with no risk getting a decent return, it's a good idea. But like I'm saying now, the bill and the ETFs, I really wouldn't be. I think your only best bet right now is speculating on bonds if something really does have a bigger shift. SPY, CRDO. All right, man, you're kind of going back up again after that little freak out, but some of the main things, I mean, bonds really want to move right now, but they haven't gone out there. We got an auction, dollar on the high. I can't believe the young fucking Wendy's, dude. Gotta be, has to be, VeggieTales. Bump. Euro acts as a haven, boosting global roll. Calm down, Schnabel. If you're looking to hold them for more than a quarter, 30-day payouts are nice to have. They are and they aren't, but I wouldn't be buying a bond. So the more efficient way is just go get a money market account. And that's why we liked Fidelity. Because again, if you're going to go and pay to buy a bond, pay a fee to get, I think Bill, I don't even know what Bill even pays you right now. Is that 4% on the year? So I don't even know what that gives you every 30 days. And then I think they charge you a quarter point. So I think you're getting a quarter point more, and then on 30 days, I think it's quite negligible unless you're using a fuck ton of money. But yeah, it's still if you just park it in a money market, you're getting 3.4 to 3.7, just depending on where they're offering it. But that's why we liked. So that's what we're doing on all of our cash. So technically, my Fidelity, my one deposit, I'm gonna be getting. I get paid 3.3 every 7 days. Woo! Not bad. Not bad. And again, that's moved a lot too. So actually at the beginning of the year it was at 3.4. Now you could see it. So here on Fidelity, this is what we were getting paid. And like most of the time on like 2025, you were getting paid 4%. So up until we bought Intel, all that cash, you were getting paid 4% on it. And then it starts to decline. That's as the rates started to move here. They started cutting rates as well too. That affects the money market in the short term. But like I'm saying, you don't need to do anything. That's why I appreciated it with Fidelity. Again, if you pay Robinhood, they'll give you the interest as well too. But then again, you have to calculate how much you're paying, factor that into your yield. But it's all still there. All right, SPY just ripped after that. What the fuck? I think they just wanted to kill some of those premiums because that premium from the morning I told you guys about held. It actually just came back up to break even and just dumped. Tesla. I need to turn on the IGV. IGV's going up too, like I'm saying, man. Now 2%. It's slowly climbing because think about it. SPY hasn't broken through 1%, but IGV was able to take another one. SPY went up, or NASDAQ went up like 0.15. Happy Bond days. Happy Bonda days. Anarchist. Airbnb. And Microsoft. You get a big tech move, it'll be good. But yeah, dude, I think you're about to have a straight up day. So that one I'm glad we got a little extra day on it. But yeah, they're killing them now. That sucked. They literally just went up to break even. And it's still like kind of early, but we burned enough time. I mean, by yesterday, you did that move by like, what, 30 minutes ago? And then you played out through here. And then VWAP is actually elevated too. VeggieTales. What a song, dude. I don't like trading on Fidelity. I've tried it before, even anytime I have to like move the covered calls. We actually haven't sold a covered. I don't even think I have any covered calls active. But yeah, that was kind of annoying. How do we do that? Our dividends are going up $100 this year. I know I guess we got tap in the other ones, but yeah. I'm looking at the other long term. That's the other thing I should have put on there. I mean, again, the long term was very slow. It may not have been as sexy, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, this is, let me show you the full story. Gotta be, has to be, Veggie Tales, but bump. Whoa. Whoa. Beep. So yeah, this is what I posted yesterday. But like, look, you guys know this is the account, right? So the long term that we have now, this is where it is today. It's a little higher today. But this is the account. So it started with $500. Again, and then we added $200 a month. We didn't get to $300 a month till like 2024. So 4 years later, the deposit went up, or 5 years later. Again, adding about 10% every month. But yeah, like you didn't hit 5K until the end of 2020. Like I said, we stayed at 10K for a minute. But again, that's why I'm saying, like, you bring up some of this, it's like you could get really big, fast returns, but if they're not going to stay with you forever, dude, that sucks. Because like it seems like you're going slow, you know, by the time you're spending that year, you're like, what do you mean 5K, my small amount, I'll never be able to do anything. So yeah, that's why I'm like, no, man, you got to stick with it. Again, did the same thing on the small account, but this is the part I didn't mention. Now you're getting $700 a year in dividends. So now that's like what, 2 deposits? The original deposit, that would have been 3 deposits. So, but like, I'm shocked at this though. 2025, we got 626. That was the 2 deposits, and now we're at 722. I don't know how it jumped up 100. I think we bought Tap and Kimberly. I think Tap, Kimberly, and then all of the drip. But yeah, that's the other one I'm excited about. Very, very good, man. 2026. Well, this account wasn't like dividend focused. We just built it. You know, we use the dividends when the other stuff is more expensive. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were built when all the other stuff goes up. If there was good value, good dividend that, you know, was high quality and was going to be around, we picked them up. And then you turn on your drip, you let it go. It took 5-6 years to do this, but at the same time, like, it may seem slow, but you're not going to have the, you know, we're talking about an account that just goes straight up. And now it's able to somewhat self-replenish by just getting that dividend. So I like dividends a lot, but I also don't think you should go only dividends. That's why, you know, at a time like this, if you've bought a shit ton of dividends because you were buying what was a good value, you should buy a software. You should go buy a growth name that's actually down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, if all you have is dividend stocks, or if all you have is growth stocks, I would not be afraid of buying a high quality dividend one that you could build around. Amazon Talk Live? What are they doing? You got Pope Leo too. You guys want Pope Leo? Gotta be, has to be, Veggie Tales. He started giving me jungle stories. Nike and Pizza's, I guess, up 10% from that little low. I think this is the longest it's been without a fucking rumor. What is it? Tim Cook. I know, dude. That's what sucks though, because we would have been able. I was gone there. I was looking at it, and then the next day that came out, and then it ripped. They were down for like 2 days. Well, not too bad. Pizza. I think a lot of the food plays. Again, today was a little bit broader of a rally. Even Sweet Greens. Again, it did. You got the Wendy's and then the 13Fs. I don't think anybody bought pizza in a 13F though. I'd have to check. Where's oil? Molina's on the high. Yeah, oil's still climbing. I mean, you just got some Russia headlines in Tehran, but that's been all day. So like I'm saying, even from last night, this morning, people keep talking about it, but that one's actually still holding up. And then Bobo on the low right now, 1.7. It's already 9, dude. It's amazing. VeggieTales. Humana. Again, you just had Molina, Humana, and a couple of others start to run. Where are all these server ones? Cloud's about to go up. I'm surprised those lagged. And then where's Poly? Oh, there you go. Speak of the devil. There's Net. Like I'm saying, that one was red all day, surprisingly. You think Berkshire bought Domino's. So yeah, but no, they didn't. Maybe that's why, but then again, anytime Domino's gets love over Papa John's, people don't like it. But yeah, I don't think anybody bought it. Oh, what? No. Let me verify this one. Damn. So you guys don't know who bought it? Oh, fuck. Well, guys, you did. You had a couple of people buy Papa John's. And one of them, my friends, is the Soros Fund Management. Traitor! You are now part of the deep state. Look at you. So yeah, Soros Fund Management. No. Warren Buffett bought Domino's. And then no, Soros Fund Management reports new stakes. Let's see. And they bought Kenvue, these motherfuckers. Fund new stake in Six Flags, TripAdvisors, Texas Instruments, AMD, and Papa John's. Either AMD or they misspelt it. And then there's another one, Earnest Partners. They bought 5.9. So yeah, no Kathy. I don't know if Kathy understands the pizza innovation. But Soros likes the value, I guess. is that one? Let me see. I haven't even seen the... I haven't looked at their payout ratio since. But yeah, I think we're going to take that one at last call. Or we get something better. Gotta be. Has to be. VeggieTales. Ooh. Oh, that's the 5-year. Let's go to quarters. Yeah, oil's starting to pop. Still. Again, oil keeps... You got like baby headlines. It's the same setup from the morning. Oil just keeps getting these like... Again, everyone just slowly just stacking up bricks of pressure in terms of the Iran stuff. I mean, remember, he said it the other day when oil dropped. Like, it looked like you had one of the bigger drops, and now just literally after today, I mean, you're still kind of pinned up here. And then you, like, what, an hour ago, people were talking the poly market stuff. Now you're getting these other ones. Snap is going up again, my goodness. And then there's AMDizzle. I think AMDizzle's green now, yeah. AMD's going back to green. Again, they got hit a little bit off the other stuff. Yeah, Domino's payout ratio is still kind of high. Remember, it was in the 70s and 80s when we got it. And now, last quarter, it was above. Habibi, they need to bring that one up. But then again, Kimberly, they had a high payout ratio as well, too. Bro, that's crazy that... So, again, even they bought Kenvue. I want to know how many other funds bought Kenvue. Again, Kenvue had earnings, too, so that... I don't think Kimberly is up 2% today. I think Kenvue's up, and that's what's bringing it up. But yeah, if you start to see the people that are buying Kenvue, if any big funds are hitting that, that's more likely than not going to be people taking advantage of some of that arbitrage, ironically enough. And Kimberly expects to close second half of 2026. Shareholders voted to approve all necessary. Kimberly-Clark completes acquisition. A deal was announced November 3rd, expected to close second half of 26. E.T. Shopify, dude, we're just pinned up here. My goodness. So yeah, we got top of the hour, middle of the hour coming in, or I guess from when we opened. But yeah, that Wendy's worked in the morning. The other one didn't. Staples are actually up. Again, I think General Mills climbed a little bit today, but that's still barely green. IRM on the low? Habibi, le kida. Google. Googly woogly. Microsoft CrowdStrike now available on Microsoft Workplace. Crowd got some volume on there, but they didn't move. Yeah, I think the latest one, like Net and some of those database ones, and like the security. Speaking of which, where's Palo Alto?
Antifa got confused, been trying to track Bib ZHPQ. He just learned accents and Chad vocabulary. Oh, it's like it's crawling. I wait till he has to deal with the lingo. I don't know if he's going to I don't know if he's gonna have to react to like the Zaza and figure out some of that stuff. He can now watch 30-second clips and compare what he hears to 5 RSS feeds. That's amazing. Yeah, the live video is a lot, even going over like a past live video. I mean, 7 hours, you guys. 7 hours is a ton. Welcome, you guys. You're not even halfway done with the day. We are actually here in a little bit, so would you guys like to do a push-up? Would you guys like to move around a little bit? I could tell you a story of Halo 2 or something. I'm surprised how many of you guys nerded out on that. And then again, even with the market, I don't know, maybe this might be a good time to talk about some high-quality assets. So before we do any of that, though, before we get into any of that, you've been here for 3 hours, 3.5. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, baby. You can't do 10, you do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Just move your body around, please. It's good for you. It'll keep you alive. It'll keep you energized, ready to go. Push-ups in Halo 2. Oh, I want Halo 2 now, man. That was a good time. But yeah, man, stand up. That's it. Even if you're driving, you know that? Somebody told me, they're like, I'm driving, bro. I can't do shit, Josh. I'm driving. Well, you could put your chest to the sun. Breathe in through your diaphragm. You guys know that? You guys want me to teach you guys a trick? Did you know that if your neck hurts and if you feel like your posture and all these other things, did you know that it's your breathing? You're probably not breathing through your diaphragm. Try it. It's like a sit down thing, but if you just breathe in, but don't breathe in. Don't like force the air. Just let the air fill up your lungs. Does that make sense? Go. Your chest and your diaphragm should expand. That'll loosen up your neck, believe it or not. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. So come on, move around. Breathe in. Do all that. I'm gonna get me a stretch in. I'm gonna get some deep breaths in. You know I'm a big fan. Are they talking Paramount? We could do long-term monthly. They do a lot, but you got like a minute or two, bro. Just move around. All right, unfortunately, you get these propagandists.
So there was an antitrust hearing.
Where, in usual practice, White Houses and cabinet agencies would negotiate with Congress over what documents they would give, what they would withhold under executive privilege.
It does.
This
It'll
White House
pop
said
your
no
back,
and
bro.
gave
I'm
nothing
telling
and
you.
forced Democrats into court. And what the White House, I think, figured out was you could
bro, you just gotta
put
breathe,
off those
bro.
demands for years. And in many cases, executive branch documents weren't turned over until Trump was already gone. And so Democrats know that this time, if they want to actually get documents, it doesn't make sense to send a subpoena to the White House where you might get documents in 3 years when Trump is no longer president, when you can send it to a company and get documents in 3 weeks.
Just go to the other side of the transaction.
That's exactly right.
And an executive who is not even going to consider being held in criminal contempt of Congress, where the White House says, I dare you.
Yeah, I dare you. We can run it out, and an executive either one can't afford the potential criminal risk, but also can't afford the reputational risk of being dragged through the mud.
And we'll give you the
with
documents
headlines.
that you need. So this is going to be ballroom heaven, right? Every company that donated to the ballroom will be brought to Capitol Hill to answer questions.
I think there could be some over the ballroom, although the ballroom is a much more traditional. You see companies contribute to various projects over time.
They're going to want to know what they got for it, though.
I think when you look at some of the things that are more concerning to Democrats, look at the crypto deals that you've seen at World Liberty Financial.
I was going to say, there's a big confab going on today while you and I are talking in Palm Beach. You've got the head of Goldman Sachs down there. Does David Solomon get an invite?
I don't know. I mean, members of Congress are going to have to make those decisions. But you've seen alleged transactions that are enriching members of the Trump family, enriching members of the Witkoff family. When you look at law firms who back last year, in the spring of last year, agreed to the president's demands, Democrats have made clear they want to know what the law firms have given up in exchange for that, what kind of services they're providing to the executive branch, if any. They have all these different initiatives they've said they want to probe, and they want to do it very aggressively.
Media companies, you just mentioned what's going on at CBS. in the last 48 hours could be a field day.
The CBS could be a field day. You've seen Democrats raise questions about ABC settling a lawsuit that put money into the president's pocket when every libel lawyer told you that they could win that lawsuit easily. This is something that happened back in the very early days of the administration. And of course, the way that Paramount settled the lawsuit over 60 Minutes, one that they, again, according to libel and defamation lawyers, would have won hands down, but said they chose to settle at a time when they had transaction interests that were before the executive branch. All of those things Democrats want to look into.
Fascinating. With that said, how far do these go beyond the hearing room? And to what extent, you mentioned reputational damage, to what extent can it go further than that if you've still got a Republican White House at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue?
Well, two things about that. First, the reputational damage is real, and it's not just the hearing, although having a CEO come down and have to testify is the biggest escalation thing that's most damaging to a company. But the process of turning over documents, many of which can be embarrassing, if not criminal, or if not showing actual wrongdoing, can be hugely embarrassing. And unlike when you turn over documents to the executive branch and they generally keep those private, the Congress has no incentive to do that, and usually they don't. So there's a massive reputational cost. And then when it comes to actual cost beyond that, I think one of the things that Democrats believe is that corporate America has behaved as if there's never going to be a change in power, either on the Hill or potentially in the executive branch. Right. And of course, that's not true. And the statute of limitations when it comes to criminal behavior, and this is not to say that most, if any of these corporate activities are criminal behavior, but if the Democrats were able to expose actual criminal behavior, the statute of limitations for those types of crimes runs beyond the extent of Trump's 4-year term.
Spending time with Matt Miller from Villanova on Balance of Power. Bloomberg government talked to Dan Goldman earlier this month about potential oversight targets. Producer James just put this in front of me. A new Air Force One plane from Qatar, Trump family involvement with crypto you mentioned, energy companies' knowledge of the early January Venezuela military operation. That in itself could be quite a saga.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I'm a little skeptical that the oil companies actually knew anything about that.
Really?
They seem to be completely surprised. Look, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here to say that lots of times the things that the president said, it was the president who said that he'd talk to the oil companies. Yeah. Sometimes he's a little over his skis and says things that aren't exactly accurate. I'd be surprised if they had any real detail. Although it wouldn't surprise me if the administration consulted with him and said, "What are the conditions under which you would be willing to come back in and invest in Venezuela?" So of course those are things.
I needed a good straight. You missed the propaganda.
I want to go back to your time behind the podium for a moment at the State Department, because
I know, maybe
this is a very different political world that we're living in.
I don't
want to. Before you joined us, we were talking about.
I don't like, bro. Until software gets a bid, I don't want to hit the long-term monthly ad too much, because I'm telling you, bro. I know human emotions, bro, and I know somebody's gonna be like, "Oh, fuck long-term monthly, you're gonna go fucking all-term daily," and then that's our competitor by Pfizer. But they compete with Josh Evi, but still, I don't want to push anybody over the edge. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I get tempted to. You know that? I'm tempted to push a motherfucker over the edge. You know that? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. If somebody, some of these mother effers, they'd be talking, and I'm like, you know what? Just do it. Do it. I gave people that invitation. Sometimes I say, just do it. Go ahead. But I do want you to get a long-term monthly, just once a month, bro. Just once a month, man. The Wim Hof, you sit or lay down. Oh, I don't know what it's called. There's one where you put your feet up 90 degrees, and then you breathe out. You tighten your obliques. You keep your chin relaxed and up with your shoulders behind you, and then you just breathe in. It really helps activate the diaphragm. But that's what it is, bro. Anytime my neck or anything gets sore, it's because I'm probably breathing like shit. So yeah, make sure you guys get effective breathing. I don't know if you knew, especially, bro, you're working at a desk right now. Just breathe, bro. Just activate the diaphragm. Agreeable Josh was top tier hilarious. You like that? Wow. That was, man, I'd have a lot of friends. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's what people don't realize, man. You think knowing things and being ahead of the curve on information, you think it's fun. It's not. Because you know how many times I look like a fucking crazy motherfucker? And then once everybody knows about it, then they act like they knew about it, and then they forgot that they tried to crucify you. So yeah, bro, you don't. So, but I have a lot more friends if that was the case. But at the same time, it's agreeable. Josh was terrible. I didn't. I just wanted to highlight the philo that day. I think it was very important. But again, that's what I'm saying. Like the agreeability. Don't make me bring up that Robin Hood chart again. But yeah, bro, it's a trip, dude. It's a trip, man. No STDs. Short-term daily. Oh my gosh. No, dude. All right, can I tell you? I'm gonna tell you, but like, dog, I hate G-Sit, bro. That was the other one from the morning. Oh. So again, man, remember that thing went up as 6. I didn't play that one. That chain is still fucking dead as hell. That's the crazy part. None of those fucking moved. I'm not going to touch them, though. I'll leave them for you if you want them. I don't know what it is. I think it's just continuing from that. Actually, there's one option that's only up like 15%, but this thing just doesn't move. I didn't really give it the effort to look up the info from October. STDs. I'll tell you guys, okay? I'll tell you. I hate it. I don't like these like I told you, bro. Amazon will be making you watch these commercials, dude. And you know what I keep getting? You want to know what I keep getting, bro? It keeps bro. Here, let me just show you, bro. I don't even know what it's called. I just hate that I keep getting this, bro. Oh, I don't even think I could find this one. Dog, it keeps giving me. Oh, you know how many times I've had to watch this commercial? It's an HIV commercial. Okay, and he's always like, "Bring your A game." I'm like, what? It shows the wildest scenes. Fucking homeboys on a date wearing them damn Miami tank tops. Dog, all day. I'm like, dude, this is not. No, bro. Believe me, these are not targeted ads. Because I'm like, I told you, I got the damn birth control. I got the HIV one. I got the bent carrot. This is all just Amazon, bro. Amazon is terrible. But yeah, they kept playing this HIV commercial. And I'm like, dude, why are you giving, like, why? This isn't effective. But now I'm informed. Shit, I at least know. I at least know what's going on there. I can't find it. It said, bring your A game. It's targeted harassment. I can't even find it, bro. Okay, I'll write it down. And then there's one for like itching and psoriasis. This one's not sexual, so it's better. But like that one I like. He goes, ow! No, but dude, I've been watching a pharma. That's why we got long-term monthly, man. Federal Reserve wants to change how you shop for a mortgage. Why? Microsoft, CrowdStrike. Oh, they're hitting that news again. Something about. I want to read that. Where is it? Did you see that one? Apparently, they want to change the way you shop for a mortgage. Ow! Does Swiss misunderstand the targeting ads thing? No. She don't even speak English, so she has no idea. Yeah, she gets it, bro. Believe me. I have zero room for any. That's why, like, Amazon, she lets it slide because we kind of realized it has nothing to do with us. But, yeah, man, I can't be slight. If she ever, like, if I watch, like, a video with her, she gonna question all my ads. But she's just happy. All they advertise to me are fucking supercars and monkeys. Literally. Exotic animals. And then save 5%. Literally. You know how many of those ads I get? I feel so bad. I'm getting old, bro. That's it. They're like, wealth management. 5% with our high yield savings account. I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm like, I bought Bitcoin 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Why are you doing this? So, yeah. Well, that's good, though. Otherwise, I like to think I'm ad resistant. Unless it's like food, bro. sometimes I be seeing some food ads, and I'm not gonna lie, like I'd be like, wow, I want a Choco Taco right now. Have you ever had a Choco Taco? Come on, bro. Y'all don't feel, you guys remember the Choco Taco? Since y'all talking about Halo 2, that was a good summer day, bro. I play Halo for like 5 hours, and then go get a Choco Taco from Taco Bell. You remember, bro? They discontinued the Choco Taco. Yeah, you can't get a Choco Taco, bro. Y'all don't feel, bro. If you've never had the opportunity to try a Choco Taco, you never will. But shit, man, that was a good time. That was a great dessert. The Frito burrito, I remember that wasn't as old, but I do remember those. But yeah, those are the ads that get me, man. Sad. Where are those Wendy's? Oh shit, they're up. You got a good bid on them. BB, I bought Bitcoin on the high. Lululemon. Clothing companies did great. Clothing, slot bowls, food. I don't even think, did anything go down, actually, now that I think about it? I don't know what industry. So consumer non-durables, couple healthcare companies, and a couple of communications. That's on the Dow. 3M, Travelers, PG, Walmart, Honeywell, Boeing, Sherwin, Merck, McDonald's, Verizon. SPY, what is it? Yeah, utilities. Couple of services and in communications. Those are the only things down. Otherwise, everything's up. Couple names. I mean, Costco's still in the red today. And then T-Mobile, Abivai, Polyalti, Global Foundries kind of dumping. Hot dog. I like Stoop waffles, dude. Those go hard. I have some. What would you do for Klondike long term? What? We were buying Choco Tacos when I should have been buying Bitcoin. I don't know, bro. I think they discontinued the Choco Taco before that. Choco Tacos came before Bitcoin. Choco Taco is pre-blockchain. It's a crazy world we live in, bro. What was that? Damn, that bio ripped from earlier. There's another bio on the high. Beta Bionics is still down. Oh, and then where's Brazil? The Choco chain. Brazil came down. And then Korea, still Korea. Still very good. Russian Sturchusky class corvette has arrived at the Iranian port. Are they doing those tests still? But again, every single one of these headlines, bro, oil just keeps melting up away. That's kind of just been the fear of the day. And then now you got a database play, MDB. And then bonds are coming down. We're like, what, 20 minutes, 17 minutes out from the bond auction? So yeah, we'll see. But remember, bonds are catching a bid for a little bit there, but now not so much. I haven't seen IGV. That chilled around 1.92%. Damn, Wendy's largest pace since June of 2021. That's how long it's been since it's moved 17%. Nice. No, dude, it's really holding. Again, there's just even, I don't know, is that a Barron's or Investor Business Daily, IBD? Or Data Talk? So I don't know who that is. I thought it was IBD. It moves slow. You emailed? Well, bro, I answered you already. And then you turned off the stream and then you spammed me 3 times. So you're going to have to go back for it, big man. But I'm proud of you. Get a crib. Taiwan arms sales are moving through internal review process. oil, gold chilled out. Gold above 5. Think about it. You got 6,900. You're actually right below it right now. And then you had gold above 5,000. We just did push-ups. Yeah, get some. I was giving some breathing exercises. Push-ups and breathing goes a long way, Habibi. Long way. Is CRM decent? 1%. I mean, I don't know why software. I feel like software could have been a lot harder today. But yeah, some of them came up, but those names we talked about, we were talking about Anthropic and CRM. I think that was kind of funny. What would you do for a long-term bar? Ascend bio. Kind of moving. Then ice on the high. Satellite imagery shows Iran preparing and fortifying military nuclear sites. These guys, man. Now snow again. MDB, Snowflake, a couple more of those are going up. I'd save 10% for a long-term bar. Woo! What was that? Oh, and I just got the email for the timeshare. I don't know if you're still here. But yeah, how much are the fees in the transfer? But just look into how much the yearly fees are and then whether or not you could even rent out the place. But yeah, so even if somebody gives you a timeshare for free, you are going to take on the obligation. So it's like if you have to pay like $2,000 to transfer, that's a decent amount of money. And then if you have to pay whoever knows how much a year for it, that's where it could either backfire. And then you're going to have to find somebody to give it to for free. Otherwise, you could just stop paying and kind of foreclose on it. Or not really foreclose, or just let it kind of fall into default with the taxes. On time off. All right, we got 13 minutes. Till the top of the hour. Where's even that was the other one, Riot. They went up a little bit. Iran and then Iran. Yeah, and then you'll get the bond auction. You are going to get a press briefing too, but I feel like she's going to start right when we begin philo. Damn, it's February 18th, ladies and gentlemen. Do you realize that the month has gone by? And that's the crazy part, too. We're starting off here. Today was a little bit more of relief, but the second half of February, that's where it starts to get a little grimy. DTE, that IBRX, I had that one up for a second. They had approval. European. More Schnabel comments. Last thing, again, that Taiwan stuff didn't really move it anything, and then oil is hitting a high. The software is trying to climb a little bit. Dog, how many of these Iran had? It's just going up. Literally, BNO, USO, Oxy, all of these are hitting the high ticker. And then even the futures. And then Ross. Nice. A little bit of volume there. I don't know what that is. Sounds familiar. 949. Yeah, look at the details of it. Like I'm saying, see if it's even, if you could rent out the timeshare, because that's how you could pay for it if you don't use it. But yeah, other than that, you got to, like I'm saying, if you can't rent it out, that'll suck. Most timeshares you can, or they rent it out for you, but then you might have to pay for it. But just calculate the cost, because again, even though you might get it for free, it's kind of like land. Just there's more utility because it's something that people could go to. That's why if you could get the rent out of it, you could actually utilize it, or somebody else can, you'll get paid for it. But at the same time, it's like, if not, you're going to end up, yeah, you're going to kind of just end up chilling with it. UAE meets senator members discussing friendship and strategic cooperation, partnership in support of mutual interests. Tesla's going up. Again, bro, we've chilled here now for what, 3 hours? Just under 3 hours here at this high. Literally 6,900. It's good. I mean, again, you're back. You're like middle of Thursday, essentially. 50-50. And then fun. Didn't they get that buyout or no? Wasn't that just the activist stake that one day? They're down off that. Yeah, I think the bond auction is going to be a little bit more notable. It was looking like it would have been stronger, but just remember, bond volatility these last couple of days is elevated. So that bond auction is going to be there. We get the Fed minutes too. That's going to come out at 2. I don't expect much from it, but yeah, I do think in a weird way the bond auction might be a little bit more important. Temporary flight restriction through Strait of Hormuz. Dude, every time I click it, it's 10 more cents higher. Which sucks too, because again, where was it? That was like end of the month, the Fed day. But like if you start getting above like $67, $70 in oil, dude, starts to get really bad. What would you do for a long-term bar? Ice on the highs. Shh, don't say that. We're gonna get canceled. Oh, you meant International Continental Exchange. What is it called? Intercontinental Exchange. I thought it was a continental breakfast. All right, SPY's starting to move, man. I mean, it's just a matter of everybody waking up and this thing actually goes, or you might just play this game until the end of the day, my friends. But I do think the bond auction, if that wakes up bond volatility, you'll get a reaction, and then vice versa. Even then, if it doesn't, if it's just good but not volatile, you'll get that, and then the minutes might cause a little bit. But like I'm saying here, for the last like 2.5, 3 hours, you're pretty much just pinned at 6,900, either right above or right below. You're right above this time. Like I was telling you, 69.13-ish to like 21.22. That's kind of your next range here, but yeah, ever since we started moving, it slowed. I mean, ICE wasn't a bad thing until recently. That ticker used to go hard. They're like, of course. And then again, these Wall Street, I
I haven't seen a Wall Street cohort be like, fuck ICE. You know, I've seen it in crowds. I've seen it on the news. But yeah, I've seen it almost everywhere except Wall Street, to be honest. Do you guys know? Have you heard any investors scream fuck ICE? Yeah, think about it. I haven't really... even Bloomberg will like... That Joe guy will be like, well, actually, don't you see the distrust of the people? And I can't believe it. But I haven't seen any of them, like, you know, claim that you're on stolen land anyways. Funko, bro, there's a lot of these little small caps that move big. Again, that's why I'm like, you got to kind of check the SC13s. So that's part of it. Would you do for a long-term bar? The Joel guy is the worst. I think it's just how he says it. he says it so dramatic and condescending that I think it, you know, and then he just acts hella dumb. My favorite was hearing him explain the Bill Clinton in the hot tub. And he was like, well, Donald Trump was on that list. And the other lady was like, Bill Clinton was in a hot tub with some girl, dog. What are you saying? And he's like, well, but the president. And I was like, come on, Joel. Joe or Joel? I thought Joe Matthew. Whatever his name is. Wall Street people MAGA. No. Wall Street is the Green Party. Again, this is one of those economic lessons that we've talked about, international political economy. But you guys should know this by now. If you've been here for a while and you've got to see how we've navigated the markets. Again, I did throw my support towards Donald Trump at the last election, but generally it doesn't fucking matter who wins. Again, you guys are going to see that as we get here into the midterms, but Wall Street's religion is money. So they only care about policy, and no matter what the policy is, they'll find a way to bend it, twist it, hedge it. It's like a bop it. Bend it, twist it, hedge it, fade it, bop it, fade it, twist it, hedge it, bop it. That's Wall Street. So yeah, they're not really in. That's why you'll notice they lean into the EVs, they lean into the ESGs when it's there, they lean into the critical minerals. They tried to fight Intel for a little bit, but then they started leaning into the Intel, then the bonds, wait till they start leaning into the bonds as well. But yeah, they just kind of go wherever they could make some money on it. One team, it's all theater. Amen. FTV, Fortive up 2.8. That's cybersecurity, right? Or is that Fortinet? Yeah, I don't know. Is Fortive cybersecurity? I know Fortinet is. $10B. All right, man. Well, we got 2 more minutes till Philo. I'll see if she comes out. I'll play her, but they're packed today. Is it because we haven't heard from her over the weekend?
So do you want it to be like a like a choreographed thing, or do you want it to just be like kind of like
Bro, pizza's still going on? BB.
We did that at our wedding, actually. My buddy Gerard. Yeah, my buddy Gerard. We were going to have to start it local. But in the end, my buddy Gerard was called. So everybody's in here. So the other microphone is whatever. Like a private
Nestle said to weigh reducing exposure to ice cream business. What the fuck? They're like, our baby formula's killing babies. Sell the Rocky Road. You like that? You like that press briefing? Yeah, it's good. Thank you. It's original. But yeah, bond auction results are going to come out soon. I don't think she could hear me, guys. I don't think so. Don't worry. I don't. You know, I think it's just a coincidence. The hear you, Josh. All right, watch the bonds, the long end, the 20 year. Oh, SPY's starting to get a bid around here.
Yeah, sure.
I think SPY might just go up no matter what, now that I think about it. These reporters are cowards. The Dow, it does nothing. I'm just reading the comments. No, this is the press briefing. I'm just waiting for the bond auction, then we're going to move to philo. Because, again, we've been talking about it. I don't want you guys to get lost in the philo black hole while the bond auction comes out. AMD, Netflix, a couple of chips. Okay, any second now. Give it like 30 seconds. When issued, 4.644. Everybody in the TLT, put your bond auction up and follow me. Everybody in the TLT, put your mother in bonds up. What? Nobody stand tough. Notice that the bond tail did not hold up. This tariff stuff got you gassed up. Now who's afraid of the big bad debasement? 1, 2, 3 into the 4, 4.5, 4.6, 4. Was it 4.664? Ooh, slightly higher by like 0.024, 0.02. Why are they destroying it like that? So yeah, that seems like an overreaction. They're like, yeah, I told you. But yeah, slightly worse on the bond auction. Bid to cover was low. That might be it, to be honest with you. I think less covering might be the reason. Indirects 55. So yeah. All right, that could free up the market. Like I'm saying, I think either way it was going to move. But that's I think a full-blown little bit of an overreaction, but now just watch where you go from tomorrow. I think it's because no one was covering. On the 10-year bond, people were covering, and that's where people, because even though the yields were still higher, it didn't. The last 10-year and then even the last bond auction that came in, it's not like they were like blowout results, and the when issued this time was higher because of the recent bond moves, but I think it's because the bid to cover. So that doesn't show that people are like, oh my gosh, there's going to be an imminent move in bonds, we must cover. So I think that's kind of what's giving you that reaction there. But Chattadonia, God bless you, and God bless America. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling blessed. But it is now time to move on to philo. So God bless you all, and thank you for your time. I hope I see you here very shortly. If you would like to talk about life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, anything else in there, man, we're going to go there. So we're going to shift the video so it's easier to follow along. Make sure we don't get any scragglers who don't want to be there. But if you do want to be there, you're more than welcome. The chat will be open. Yeah, dude, bid to cover was 2.3. The last time was 2.8. Yikes. Directs were lower, indirects were low. Everything was shit on that bond auction. Again, 20 years are notoriously terrible. But yeah, that one, I still think with everything going on, you're not getting the recent bond hype. It's not carrying over. It carried over to the 10-year, which may be more optimistic, or maybe that's where Besant doesn't. Okay, but either way, I'll see you there. I'll post the link. I hope it's the right video. It should be. But God bless you, man. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. If I don't see you, and if I do see you, let's make it an even better day, baby. So God bless you all. God bless America. And peace.